Good morning, OTC fam. What's up, guys? Happy Wednesday. We got hump day here. How's everybody feeling? Enzo, how you feeling? How you liking this? Okay, we had Enzo. Alright, good morning, Hide and Rag, Germ Corp, Grant, what's up, guys? Good to see you, good to see you, good to see ya. Let's get it going, let's get it going. Alright, so we've got the market not knowing what it wants to do. We've got Google's earnings not coming in good. We've got Microsoft's earnings not coming in good. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him, but we'll try to get him back here in just a second.
Computer just decided to shut off. I don't know what that was. Good morning.
Oh, what's up? So whatever your computer just did, it put you back into Luca Magnotti. Luca.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Great start to the morning. I like this.
So now you're back sounding like a serial killer, kinda. Hold on one second, guys. Oh yeah, I could see Hyde. I could see just fine. See everything. Grumpy old man. That's a safe assumption, Grumpy. That's a safe assumption. Mr. Santa, good morning, friend. Good to see you, good to see you. Oh, wholesale inventory 0.8%, expected 1.0%, retail inventories 0.4%, expected 1.2%. So, inventory slowing. Now, Germ Corp, is that a good sign? Is that something that we like to see, as far as them going through the inventory? We knew that was going to be a problem for Target, for Walmart. Is it a good sign, or will we not be able to replenish those inventories? Wonton Cookie, good to see you, brother. Mr. Burry, good to see you. So let me know your thoughts on that, Germ Corp. If we're looking at this as a positive sign, or if we're looking at this as more of a this is going to lead to supply shortages, as those inventories aren't able to get replenished. All right, we got 22 minutes before the open. Okay, that's a great point too, Germ Corp. I didn't even once again didn't even consider that angle. It does show consumer strength, no doubt about it. Yeah, that's probably because of this mask, Aisley. I apologize. I Yeah, I couldn't figure out a good way to get the mic where I could sufficiently, you know. Why is it look? Hold on. I mean, back with us yet, Enzo?
Kind of, really.
Hold on one quick second. All right, Mr. Birdie Hunter. Yeah, I'm a little dull like this. I'm sorry, Hyde. I'll work it out on the break, try to. And Aisley, you know that's the only way I know how to go, brother. 110%. That's what you guys deserve. That's what you get each and every day here. Sabrina, good morning, Sabrina. Yeah, the problem that okay, so I see both you. I think both you guys make good points. Germ Corp, I think it definitely gives ammunition to the Fed to raising the rates. But like I said, I think we also gotta be concerned with those supplies being replenished. You know what I mean? Now there's a lot of inventory that we would absolutely want to see get burned through and get be able to get fresh stuff out there. Oh, Ligon announces that Janssen has received approval from the U.S. FDA for Tecvayl for the treatment of patients with relapsed or refractory multiple myeloma to receive a $25 million milestone payment upon first commercial sale. Nice. Sabrina. It's funny you say that, Sabrina. It was a toss-up between this and Beetle Breakfast. And you know what? Nikki's really taken a liking to Nightmare Before Christmas lately, so it won out. Arctic Fox, Alaska. Wow, woke up to 11 inches of snow. Well, be safe out there, my friend. I hope, I'm sure you were prepared. So, that stinks. Oh, Wild Earth announces the world's first cell-based meat developed for dogs. Okay, so dogs will be the test subject of the next. I can't believe it's not meat. So good to know, and maybe that's something good. I love my dogs as much as the next guy, but maybe if we can, you know. I knew you would, Brina. I knew you would. Seagate to slash 3,000 workers. It's trimming costs as demand slows. So that's what plays into my fear of inventories, Junk Savvy, is with all the layoffs that we've seen, and granted, a lot of the layoffs have been in the tech sector, things like that, not so much manufacturing. But with the layoffs that we've seen across the board, we know that they say the job market's strong. It may be in some aspects, but, you know, will we be able to meet the demand of what comes up after we blow through that inventory? I guess that is the question. Enzo, how you making out over there, buddy? Not good, I see, huh? Okay, let me get this off there.
I am having a morning. Yes, sir. We're about to. I'm about to take the frustration out on the market, but no. Just a couple audio problems. I do really apologize. It was almost as soon as we came in. Instant. Webcam goes off. Mic goes off. Everything.
She is very confused, Ace Lee. Very confused. I think what confused her the most was when she seen Nikki with his mask on with her face on it. It was like the first time in Face Off when Travolta and Nick Cage saw each other. Kind of an epic moment. Yeah, Enzo's back from the dead. He sounds normal now. We're good.
I apologize, guys.
Oh, look at that. Now we got his pretty face back and everything. Alright, what you seeing, boss? What you seeing? We got 14 minutes. Break it down for us.
I was looking at 40, 49, 27, 40, 49, 18, 48, 26, 45, 19, and then ultimately 41.
Alright, let's slow that back a little bit. Let's say what we're looking at
it's
first.
an SQ. It's an SQ, but I was looking at these numbers, and just writing these numbers down is going to help you. But the areas of 40, it was 40. I like the upside on the SQs. I like the downside in the market, like I have for the last 3 months. Everything's been just beautiful. But to go and try to tell me that inflation's fixed, everything's fine. Hey, maybe it is, but you got to do a little bit more than what they did yesterday with a pullback of what?
Well, yesterday we finished strong, but Google and Microsoft both coming back a little bit. Both still down. Microsoft still down 6%. Google down just about 5%. How much weight do those two earnings? So Google ad revenue, a major issue. And then with Microsoft, their cloud revenue not coming in as expected. Still, showing growth though. It's not like the cloud has completely it didn't do a Netflix in reverse course, but revenue is down. I guess it's reason to be concerned. You know, with any company that really benefited through the pandemic, which Microsoft was one of. Obviously, there's a lot more companies, but both through Microsoft Teams, through those kind of things, through up the boom of PCs, people buying that, and all that stuff's kind of slowed down now. So, does it just put Microsoft back where they were, back on level ground, or is this something that you need to be concerned about for Microsoft in the long term?
I mean, I would be concerned, not necessarily long term, but I would definitely be concerned. I mean, it's all relative. What do you think is long term? I think anything over a year is okay if you're thinking about buying something and hoping that you get some growth out of it. Look, Microsoft is one of the blue chips that you're going to always want in the tech sector. It's not going anywhere. Do I think you can buy it at a better price? Absolutely. I think that you're more inclined to probably get somewhere around anywhere between 190 or so, 190 and I would like to see 228 first, but I think the other support is 186 or 185 or something like that I saw. I'm not gonna let this one. Here's a good exercise. Go back to 2008 and the crash. If you look at it, it has this distinct little pattern that we're exactly running almost to a T in. It's this little consolidation area, and I thought it was very interesting because it looks exactly like that. But at the time, the SPY was $150. It was trying to break over the 150 and hold it. It decided to come back here, back through that 116 area and fall through. If you look at the timeline between, let's say 2007, the beginning of 2007, all the way to the end of about April, or about the beginning of April of 2009. Go look at that and tell me that's not very, very similar to what you're looking at on the SPY right now. Even more so, the technical pattern that I think that we're in currently is right around July to that would be, middle of August. On, let's just call it August 21st or so, give or take a few days, back in 2008. That's where I think we are. I think history repeats itself. I think we, as humans, like to go and say that we learn from our mistakes, but we're yet in the same problem that happens every 11 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think charting-wise, I think you could definitely draw similarities. The difference is I think this is a much more global meltdown than 2008, 2009. So that's the only thing that I would say throws a monkey wrench into that. But yeah, it's definitely any kind of crash. We could definitely go back and look and get some kind of clues. But then we have to kind of formulate it to what's going on today, which is a big fat wild card.
Well, what I think is genuinely going to happen today, I'm looking at the SPY, I'm looking at the SQs. The SQs max pain as of yesterday, when I looked at it, was $57. Today, $54. I apologize, I'm extremely dyslexic. 4s and 7s are no. I am looking at a max pain of $52 on the SQs on the 28th expiration. Max pain for the 4th, 11/4 is $53 on the SQs, and then the 11th is $55. So we're trending an upward sentiment, if you will, up $1 every week on max pain. I typically think that's a good thing, and the amount of calls that are on the SQs, what is that? We had something like, yeah, we have already 8,600 calls to 60 on the 28th, and then we have over 7,000 trades to 60 on the expiration date of 11/4. So somebody thinks there's a huge amount, and right after that you have 56 and the $60 area going into 11/11 make a wish. Somebody's making a really big wish. You can pull that up on pretty much any max pain website. I look at I look at the SPY, and I kind of see more of the same. Now that those levels of the SQ that I was talking about, that I was concerned with, somebody gave me a tip yesterday, Mr. Crypto for All. He said, look down for the 366 gap down, or that was a gap up. It was the 17th, I believe. And that's where I want to go on the SPY. That would make me extremely happy to go down that way. However, I see a very, very abrasive thing to me, being short the market as much as I am. They have the ability to run this SPY up to 408, no question in my mind. So take that for what you want. That's not financial advice. They have the ability to burn that much more time. And if we're already using the deadline of the December index, or the CPI, like, you guys need to get to moving if you're going to do all this before midterms and everything else, because this isn't looking good.
They ain't gonna do nothing before midterms. They're gonna get the rate hike on next week, next Wednesday, and then we won't hear nothing from the Fed until after the election, which is only a week after. What's up, non-refundable? Arctic Box Alaska. GTA in the house. Good to see you, GTA. Good morning, my lady. We got 3 minutes to go, guys. Yeah, Ace Lee, I was just kind of looking at that when you said it, and I think it's some, I hope it's not anything. It seems like it's being a little bit overblown. It seems like it's particular lids that may be coming from China that are getting banned because people are misusing them. I'll look more into it. That was kind of the first that I seen of it, but you know, I always like to look at the bigger picture on something. But it looks like it could be just a product ban and not an attempt to stop people from canning their own stuff.
I don't mean to cut you off. SQs have 103,000 puts at the 355 area for 10/28.
You're familiar with the phrase, there's a sucker born every second?
Right, but that sucker happens to have currently... What is that? That option is... That option's what? Wait a minute.
All right, 2 minutes, guys.
Anybody notice something on the SPY 2 days away?
Probably not.
There's only strikes down to the 360 area. The last time they did this, they ran it to where they didn't. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would they? Hello? Am I lost? The 31st are like that too. Yeah, it doesn't. For the next 7 days, it doesn't go lower than 360. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. So all of those puts, a lot of people don't have access. Unless you're going to like write them. 30 seconds. I am looking to get in short in a couple different places. But I'm definitely going to let the market do its thing. Right now, Google's coming to the downside hard. Right off that mid morning candle, I would suspect Tesla's going to come through the 200 EMA or bounce off of.
All right, under 20 seconds, guys. Remember, keep an eye on your own chart. Martin Apollo, let's see Mullen go to the moon. I like it. CEI for you, GTA. Let's go. Let's have a good day. It's a wacky, wild, weird Wednesday, and there's that bell. We are off and running. The casino is open. Now to see where we go. Microsoft falling harder here at the open. Microsoft down over 8%. Both Google's down over 8%. Amazon taking a hit down 5.5%. Meta down 4.5%. Nvidia down 3.5%. The S&P getting crushed at the top side. Opening up down 0.82%. Wow, look at that NASDAQ opening down 2.12%. And that's the big difference, guys. This is where we see those big difference with Google, with Meta, with technology taking a bigger hit than the overall market. That's where you see that big disparity between the S&P and the NASDAQ. The Dow opening a little bit green, up 0.03%.
Downside, if the SPY goes through its 200 and the SQs break up to the top over the 5250, I'm going. By the way, I'm out of those.
Hopefully that comes up non-refundable. That good job holding that, because you might see you might be able to make something out of that after all. And GTA, how dare you? How dare you? Almost missed me down here. All right, so not a lot of green to the upside. And you look at the NASDAQ top 10, outside of the ones that we just talked about. Tesla down almost 2%. Pepsi up about 0.75%, and Costco up 0.5%. But Amazon down 4.5%, Meta down 4.5%. Like I said, Microsoft down just about 8%. Google now down 9%. Google down at 95.23. Woo! A bargain basement blowout prices if you like Google. And I guess there's got to be a lot of scare, I guess, with YouTube revenue down, with Rumble gaining steam. I think that's got to be a real issue with them. I don't know. CBS Frog, good morning, good morning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Haven't checked. Let me look at that Twitter. So Twitter up at 52.88. Now, you know, and I apologize, non-refundable, because they had a whole segment. I DVR'd it. I haven't watched it yet for you on what's on what's going to happen with these call options. So I still got to find that out for you, brother. I'll find that out before poker tonight. If you're going to be there, we could talk about it. I don't want you to think I was slacking on you. Oh, interesting. I've got an electric lawnmower too, Grumpy. DeWalt has an electric lawnmower catch fire at a landscape convention. Yeeks. The S&P pushing to the upside, down only 0.64% now. The NASDAQ down 1.92%. The Dow up 0.21.
I'm looking at the 382.50 mark getting rejected, and also the 52 break on the SQs. I think we're set up to go green, or excuse me, red in the market, green on the SQs.
All right. I'll tell you what is green. Saucy Fredo, that Baba. Yeah, nice. Call up 60%. Hey, Saucy, don't be afraid to take some take profits quick on this. Remember what happened with Baba yesterday? We ran up, came right back down, ended up I believe in the red. So if you get a chance, still unstable over there, Saucy. Still unstable, especially if you're playing with calls. If you were going shares long term, I'd tell you don't even sweat it. But calls, if you can get that money and get out, brother. Not financial advice. Oh, wow. Wow, thanks, Grumpy. Now I'm not going to feel safe cutting my grass anymore. Regular extinguishers. Luckily, I do have some sand in the garage, so proper preparation will lead for me not lighting myself on fire.
Beautiful. I like that. Good.
And Baba pumping. Baba at 64, 65. So keep an eye on that $65 level, Saucy. I think that's kind of what happened yesterday. We got back over that IPO level, and we've seen a little bit of a sell-off. Brought it back down to 61, 62.
SQs look like they're going to move. Keep going. No. Keep coming down. Stop playing games with me.
A lot of green across the Dow. The Dow, Walmart up, Walgreens up, Verizon up, Visa. Visa earnings this morning, they are up 3%. Or yesterday, I'm sorry. Visa's earnings were yesterday. United Health up 1%. So definitely got some gains in the Dow. Not so much in the S&P. Tesla's gone green now. United Health still green, and Berkshire, the rest down. Let's see. I don't know. Microsoft trying to come back, sitting at 230.89, down 8%. Amazon down over 4%. Meta down 4%, and both Google's down 8%.
I would really like this buy to fill on Tesla puts.
So you're liking back to the downside here on Tesla.
Yeah, if this gets to, I'm assuming we're gonna get stuck probably right at the eye of the other day, or of yesterday, excuse me. Let's call it.
Saucy, I think that's a good point. We're going to be green until Apple, and I'll tell you why I think that's Saucy, because I think with Microsoft and with Google so far,
there goes Microsoft.
It's not so much on the production end, right? Sure, Microsoft does make physical stuff as far as Xboxes, other things, PCs, things like that. But their big revenue, what really cost them was the cloud revenue being down. So with Apple, I think you get a mix of both. You get the communication sector, you get the tech sector. Production is going to be key with them. With what's been going on in China, with them making a move to make this new iPhone in India, maybe we'll get some update on that. So they have a chance to spin it either way because they got kind of the production and just the tech side of it. So it could go bad. What you got? Tesla on the move. Tesla up 1.6% now, 225.92 on Tesla.
I just shorted Tesla.
And CVS Frog, I have to wonder if you're still holding. I know you had a little time on those Tesla calls. Wondering what that situation was. I think you... I know you doubled down on them when Tesla was down around 210, so hopefully you were able to spin those. All right, 8 minutes in. 8 minutes feels like an eternity when you're wearing a mask.
Bro, what are you doing, Jack?
Had one call, bought another. Okay. And I know, like I said, I know you had some time. Still got them? Okay. Okay. Well, they should be on the move at least up today. You know how calls work. It's the movement is sometimes a little crazy on them, a little erratic. Excuse me. Big spike on Meta Materials, up over that dollar mark, 101 on Meta. Look at Snapchat. Look at Snapchat. And I know my man Tennis is Physical sent me a nice screenshot yesterday, Junk Savvy, of his Snapchat dip. And boy, he's rolling around in the Benjamins right now on that. 974 on Snap, up 1.3%. Enzo, question. On a much bigger level, do you think that that we could be in buying opportunities for Google or for Microsoft down 8%? Now, obviously, it didn't drop as hard as Snap, and they're kind of apples and oranges. But do you think we could see the same kind of recovery? You think if so? Just in perspective, Snap dropped from about 11 to what, 750, and now back up, gained about half of that back. So do you think we can? You think it's at least fair to say that we can gain half back on Microsoft and Google over the next week? Over the next week, not an immediate recovery on it.
Over the next week, maybe not, but in the next few weeks, yeah, easily. I don't think that you should have any problem unless you're going after something like Meta right here and you take it long at 230. Like, I mean, look right here at what the SPY just... That nasty candle right there. SPY is going to continue to run, right? Is it going to break back through? Is it? That would be flavor. Microsoft is getting rejected at its VWAP right now on a 5-minute candle. Also, the SPY on a 5-minute candle, it looks disastrous when you see that first red volume back into the 50. But if this doesn't break back up and the SQs break for 1 second, Snap breaks, I mean, you could think 979. If it breaks 979, goes through 80 and holds, why not? I definitely see good buying opportunities if you were buying in the market like I was last year. But could you get better buys, in my opinion, shortly? Yes.
Look at Netflix, up at 295.
I think people should be patient if they're going to do anything. Apple is absolutely leaving, just leaving that open.
Yeah, Apple falling down under that 150 mark on Apple, 149.91, down 1.6%.
The SPY punctured its 150 EMAs, and that usually tells me that this is going to want to go to a downside. However, Apple has the ability to get caught around the 149.20 mark, but I don't know that it's going to be able to hold that. I would probably feel better at like a 140, 145.57, and that's a monster red downside if that wants to keep going through.
Oh, CBS Frog, nice. You got some of that Axon at 125.50 when you and Hyde were talking about it. Trading now up at 137.19. So well done there. Yeah. And Hyde, I know you're loving that investment.
Hyde's been looking like a snack lately.
Saucy Fredo's looking like a snack with those Baba calls up now over that IPO price. This is where you got to have a look at it. Saucy 65.32 on BABA Alibaba.
Be a problem today.
Alright. I need to make a trade real quick, Enzo, so I'm going to let you talk for a second so I can... And take a sip of coffee and breathe real quick. Sorry, guys.
You're good. Neo looks like it's trying to hold support right here at the 50.
Neo, what's it at real quick, Neo?
1077.
Thank you. Not bad, not bad. I know Arctic Fox averaged down on some Neo.
Snap looks like it's trying to break that 379. It broke it to the upside for a second, but we just got huge red candles to the 200. We might fall through. We already punctured our daily or our open. Tesla is over the 226 mark. No reason at all. SPY looking like VWAP might be killing it a little bit here. App staying inside little technical, and the SQs are almost exactly. Break low of 51.61. I like the downside of it. The $50. But if Tesla is gonna run up this hard, I would be very curious to see, because the way that I look at this, I'm thinking go and turn around and knock SPY back down through every level of support that it might try to gain consolidation wise.
You know it, Martin. We're gonna keep adding new stuff and get these transitions smoother. The goal is to give you guys as much information without having it all cluttered, and so we're getting there, brother. We're getting there.
I don't smack the like button.
You should. You really should.
Be cool. At 20 or 229 Tesla. Snap did break over that 990 area. SQs need to hold the SPY needs to hold 382.16.
Interesting, Martin. You can't buy Epics on TD. Epics, it's up 41% right now. EPIX at 246, make it 43%. Strange.
What's Fubo doing?
That volume's pouring in now on that Epics, Martin, too. 6.2 million trades now on EPIX. And that is on updated results from the Phase 1-2 study of ESSA's lead candidate, EPI 7386. In combination with enzalutamide, was safe and well tolerated as the doses tested with clinically relevant drug exposures and deep and durable prostate-specific antigen reductions observed in 5 of 6 patients. So again, Martin, I know you know the FOMO plays, brother. I know you know what you're doing, but anybody looking at this play, remember this is clinical trial. Remember the trends that we see after the run-ups. We see a slide into kind of the next catalyst when you're dealing with trial data. But this is over $100 million company, so they may have some other stuff in the pipeline. That's what you always have to consider when you're getting into these plays that are running on a not a two-market play. So, for example, not FDA approval, and even FDA approval in things like devices and stuff like that is still part of a process, whereas a pill, when you get FDA approval, could often see it go right to market. So those are a couple things you want to check out when you're getting into a biotech play. See what else they have in the pipeline. The best possible plays are things that have substantiated drugs that are already out on the market and stuff in the pipeline. So when you see those catalysts in something that already has whether it's products, devices, services on the market, you can't expect as big of a downfall. But when it's kind of an all the eggs in one basket thing like Ascensionics, you'll see a run up on a catalyst, but then you'll see a slow but drastic decline into the next catalyst. Back to you, Enzo.
I'm noticing that Mara's $15. Matter of fact, it's not even closed.
You notice what?
Sorry?
What did you say you noticed? You broke up a little bit.
I apologize. I noticed that Mara is at $15 right now.
And what were we at yesterday? 13? 12?
12.50, something like that. Yeah. Took it short.
So again, Mara outpacing, so Bitcoin's up what? Bitcoin's up $1,000 from yesterday, 1,020. What's that? 5%?
It's up 2.5% right now.
Well, the scary thing is on those Mara play, and the Bitcoin miner plays is if I feel like now if we get any kind of pullback, we'll see that, so say Bitcoin dropped back down to 19.5 now, you're going to see Mara back down at that $10 level.
Probably. Oh, easily. Yeah, I would say.
Where it was 12 yesterday at the same price is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So you're getting those bigger swings up and down. Yeah, Saucy, get it, baby. Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, that's what I'm talking about, Saucy. Take one for the team, brother. Take one for the team. You know what I always say, Saucy? Every dollar you take out of the market is a win for us, brother. Hut up 30%, gold 30%, Baba 120%. That's what I'm talking about, Saucy. All right, casino's open. 10 o'clock. I'm looking to get into a trade. Let's talk about it, Enzo. Let's discuss. I don't want you to tell me what to buy. I want you to point out a few things for me, and I want to be able to decipher what I get out of it myself. And go.
If you are somebody that even, I guess, let's just go and even call it, likes to trade Bitcoin, looks like Bitcoin has the ability to, my opinion, it broke up. I think that it broke up and obviously made it say like, hey, okay, cool, I'm good at the 20,500 area, but I think this is just this does not seem organic to me, so I can't go and feel good about wanting to get in that, because I don't think that they're gonna go and actually pump Bitcoin back up to, like, let's say 30,000 or anything like that, and that's technically where it would want to go, is about 25 grand. We have a bunch of technicals that are running back into us from the top side. If you don't see on the 1 week how Bitcoin looks exactly like the crash.
Well, what I want to know if there's any Coinbase or BlackRock representatives at that Davos in the desert. We know BlackRock partnered with Coinbase to bring more institutional money into cryptocurrency. The timing kind of lines up with hundreds of billions of dollars, if not in the trillions, being thrown around in Saudi Arabia as we speak. Could be a potential link there. Could be a potential link. We could see. We could be, and not. I'm not saying that it's just Saudi money, because obviously there's worldwide investors at this conference, but it would make sense. It would explain some of the money coming in, and we really haven't heard much about that. We got the announcement about BlackRock teaming up with Coinbase, like I said, to bring more institutional money into the crypto market, and this could have been a golden opportunity.
That's true. I think that the people that stick with their overall sentiment and stick with their trade in this market are going to be the ones that succeed. Sure, it's easy to buy things when things are 10% down. But what happens when you get those back to back to back 20, 30, 40% days and you're starting to fear, oh, I want to sell, or oh, I should take profit, or whatever it is. At some point you get.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Enzo. Would you say, and let's classify, we're gonna say a bag holder, we'll just say somebody holding something down over 40%. Would you say that there's more bag holders holding Bitcoin right now? Or would you say there's more bag holders holding some of the blue chip stocks that we see Microsoft, Google, things like that at almost the same, because you look over a year, I guess Bitcoin is down more on the year. Well, I don't know now after what Google and them are doing today, but in my mind, I think more people are holding crypto at a loss because they got more belief. You know what I mean? I think there's more. Sure, there's people that are holding, Tesla, Google, and might be red on it now, but I think there's still a ton of people just holding Bitcoin, even up around the 50,000 mark, you know what I mean, that have no intention of selling it, so I think it's a little bit different there. I don't think we see as much panic selling out of Bitcoin, at least on a retail level. Now, what institutions do, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
I just think that the market.
Saucy thinks blue chips. Okay, I like it, Saucy.
I was just about to say that because I wouldn't necessarily say about the amount of money lost, but you got to think that those ETFs are in almost everyone.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You just you just really cracked that question. And that's why we talk about stuff. But because I think the ETF exposure definitely puts it over the edge. Although I would say maybe 5 years from now, Bitcoin will be on the same level as far as exposure in ETFs. But you're talking one entity right now in Bitcoin up against, a bunch of hundreds of billions, if not trillion-dollar companies.
No, I like the thought, and I like the mental exercise just because of the fact that it's not possible, but it would be kind of cool. Where's Buy going? I get you to downside.
Another good point, Saucy. More bond bag holders.
I feel like, there's a lot of people that are in Bitcoin, and yes, there's quite a few bag holders. Imagine that you were buying at $400, almost $800 or $500.
What if you were talking about Epics and it ran up another 20% just in the 3 minutes that when we were talking about it? Epics now at $285. Martin, I know you're looking at that $3 mark. We got a high of $295. Get that bread, baby. Again, I know I don't have to tell you how to play those FOMO plays, Martin. You get it.
That's a big wick that didn't make it. And my charting on Bitcoin, still nut. Like, this is yucky.
Man, Snap broke that $10 mark and got rejected like a mug.
Yep.
So hit 10.04, still up 1% of the day. Snap at 970. So I think we called that just about dead on. That in order for Snap to get any kind of pop, we would need some kind of bad earnings out of Google and Microsoft, and not that they're the same company, but the ad revenue being down. I think YouTube had their ad revenue decreased for the first time ever. So,
well, it's good because the way that our thought is anyway is if you're running a business and your competitor is a better business than you.
So now, at what point though does YouTube have to look at themselves? At what point do these? Because okay, you look at some of the biggest YouTubers out there that don't even have ads on their stuff because they say stuff that Google doesn't like, so they demonetize them. But these people have found ways to monetize themselves outside of YouTube, and that's where it bit YouTube in the ass, the censorship. So you look at a guy like Steven Crowder. I may not agree with everything he says, but I'm just using him as an example for content. YouTube censors him. What does he do? He starts Mug Club. Does he still broadcast on YouTube? Yep. Does he make a penny off of it? Nope. Does YouTube make a penny off of him? Nope. So, you know, and again, I'm just using him as an example, but there's many others that have to go to product placement inside their videos, things like that, because YouTube will demonetize them. They won't necessarily ban them, but so maybe they take a look at that and maybe they open up a little bit more.
I would hope so. If they don't, they're just gonna end up creating their Twitter issue. We'll have Marky Zuck door.
Well, and you got to wonder how Zuckerberg's feeling right now. Meta's earnings coming out after the bell. He's got to be in the hot seat. And, you know, I don't know the world of hostile takeovers enough to really talk about it. But, like, we've talked about it with Mullen. We've talked about it with Mullen and Charles. I believe it was you, as a matter of fact, you and Randy letting me know kind of how much Misery is protected in Mullen. And how that company is structured to really give him protection. My question is, does Zuckerberg have that same protection? And I'm not talking about them ousting him, you know, necessarily a hostile takeover. But the question is, does anybody have the power to reel him in right now? You know, he's. And I'm not just talking smack about Zuckerberg, but I mean 500 billion into the metaverse, and you've got like Peanuts characters running around. Like, it's not good. 500 billion, they've advanced nowhere. Like, anybody that can look at that and say, "Oh yeah, I could see you can make pixelated characters of yourself in friggin' 3D world now." You like, the technology's gone nowhere. There's not enough big names getting into it. Will the metaverse be a thing? Yeah, sure, it'll be a thing. But there's a lot of things that aren't successful. They continue to be things. And if he doesn't reel in the investment there and find a way, and if their ad revenue is down, and then, like I said, seeing almost public service announcements bashing Meta is troubling to me. Especially when, during the whole election process, if fingers want to be pointed, and I'm not saying Meta handled it good at all, but I mean, if you want to point fingers, Twitter would be the first finger getting pointed. And I don't see any paid commercials saying how Twitter suppressed information and led to what people assumed was an unfair election, or a clouded election at the very least. So they're really piling on Meta as far as that goes. Who knows what they're trying to prove with that? You know, I don't know. You think Meta will beat Saucy? I don't know. Well, the thing with that is, I think if Zuckerberg kind of says, "Hey, I'm going to reel in the Meta spending. We're going to still focus on the metaverse, but we're not just going to keep burning billions," and maybe there's a breakthrough. I just don't know. It just seems like he keeps doubling down on it. Pushing out new products. I know there was a lot of pushback on that. You know, a lot of people, we remember the media blitz on the Oculus Quest last Christmas. And now putting new ones out already. It's kind of a slap in the face, and it's happened that way with all three versions of the Oculus so far. And it happened to me. I bought the Oculus Go, and literally 2 months later, the first Oculus Quest came out. I'm glad I didn't buy that, because it was less than a year after that the Quest 2 came out. So he's not making a good impression on people there. I think there's better tech people in the game. I think Microsoft, I think Apple, I think those companies will be the ones that don't jump headfirst into this quote-unquote metaverse, but look at the practicality of what could happen. Now, sure, Meta might get the business of conferencing, things like that. I don't even think that they'll hold that. I think Microsoft Teams will up their game. They'll eventually bring some kind of augmented reality or virtual reality concept to it. And then the real life aspect of it, it's not going to be the person that sits in their house and puts a headset on. It's going to be something that is interactive in the real world. That'll be the real breakthrough when the, again, quote-unquote metaverse, which I think will be more of an augmented reality than the metaverse will be the bigger one. And I don't think, I think Meta will suffer. And I think other companies will prosper because Meta's making all the mistakes right now. Meta's almost like what Tesla was to EVs in the early days. And maybe they'll go to that upper level and be what Tesla got to be as far as the benchmark when it comes to electric vehicles. But I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know. Is it though, Saucy? Is it? And we might see good numbers on that. We might see good numbers on that. I don't have my pulse on it enough. What I find strange, Saucy, but it plays into what you're saying, is I have TikTok on my phone only because it came preloaded on this phone. But I've never really used it. But I've seen a ton of TikTok content. But Saucy, where I see most of that content is on Instagram. So I'm usually seeing stuff from TikTok posted onto Instagram. We'll see how successful their reels are. At their last earnings, they were talking about the amount of money that they were putting into reels to compete with Snapchat, with TikTok. Now that might bode well for them too, Saucy. They may have a comparable edge against TikTok or against Snapchat as far as what kind of ad revenue just Reels or just Instagram is bringing in, which would be the direct competitor to Snapchat. Yeah, that's a good point too, GTA. NFTs and crypto have a ways to go if metaverse ever will be true revolution. Yeah, I agree. And that's why I think AR will happen before. I think AR will be, because that doesn't take GTA, that doesn't take the NFTs and crypto really getting to where we need it to be. Whereas AR, I think, will be more of, whether it's contact lenses, whether it's glasses, whether it's whatever it is, to basically your whole life is Pokemon Go. You know, you're instead of restaurants having to put, signs up, you're seeing all this stuff in augmented reality. You're seeing ads like you've never seen before. Yeah, I know they are, Saucy. I know they are. But I know Snapchat's big. Like, just looking at Snapchat, their average daily users was up. So the whole question is, I don't think now with TikTok, with Snapchat, with Instagram Reels, with YouTube Shorts, I don't think it's a matter of people or content. I think they're all on for the most part, and I could be a little bit off on this. I think when it comes to content, though, they're pretty somewhat level. Some appeal to one crowd a little bit more, some appeal, but let's just assume that the content and the amount of users is on a somewhat level base. The next step is who can monetize it. I think that's the battle that we're seeing right now. And I've talked about this before, where TikTok sells products. Now, I have noticed that, Saucy, I do see a lot more, not necessarily ads, but ads within Reels, which is what's big for TikTok. TikTok will have ad placement and then get people with a TikTok challenge to have those ads in thousands of videos. So they nailed it in that sense. And Instagram, like I said, it seems like they're doing more in-content advertising, which is good. I haven't seen a lot of that out of Snapchat. Maybe they pivot that way. But again, I'm 42 years old, Saucy. So I see social media type stuff through a 7-year-old's eyes and through a 42-year-old's eyes, and try to meet in the middle and figure out what's going on. Mr. Santa, what's up, Santa? Getting that cha-ching. That's what I like to hear, Santa. H2O Bubbles, what's up, H2O? And H2O, I picked out the costume for your birthday on Friday, so I got something for you. Meta to 150 by Friday. What are we at right now? And Snap has gone red now. Meta at 133. Saucy liking it to 150 by Friday. It could happen. It could happen. It could not happen too, though, Saucy. You never know. You never know.
Red. Snap just went red.
Yeah, I seen that. Look at that Baba go. 66.90. Saucy loving life. Cheers, Lobo. I don't think they went away. I'm going to have to refer that to my cohort. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, it's 10:15. I'm going to go cheers the dog outside real quickly. And then H2O, I don't know if you've seen the costume yet today. I'll be right back in a few minutes with it. I needed a breather.
It's immaculate.
One of many. Alright, Enzo, keep these fine folks company, and I'll be right back in 5 to 7 minutes. If not, just wait longer.
I'll do my best. What's going on, guys? Here. No, man. H2O bubbles, they are right there. Bitcoin moving. MD's breaking to the downside. Trying to go through port. Sir. Can't tell you. Take them serious. They might be important, surely. AMD, I would really like to go back upside here. And I want to get rejected right here at 384.90 area. Sure. Microsoft is into a double top. And now it went through its level of the 231.57. I'm going short. It's just like everything in the market is starting to look heavy. AMD is coming through VWAP and it's 200. And Netflix is huge. Thoughts on a DNA chart? DNA, pull back to at least $2.80 just at like first look. I actually did do these technicals. Somebody, $2.73. I would assume you might be able to get 275, 274, something like that. But I would like to see it hold, like get over that. Actually, like it has, hold this area. I think it's going to break and retest this downward trend that it's been in for probably since August 10th. I apologize. I think August 10th, the little channel it's been in since then. I'm still looking for probably like a 20, what is this? I would like to say 275. That would be special. But if it can hold at 275, 274 level, that'd be great. I think that's a decent play. You could probably go anywhere from, you can get 50 cents out of that if you're day trading it. The only problem I have is right over here. What is this? March 17th area. There's a green set of candles, candle wick tops that I don't like. And other places in history after that, we had severe downside. Very weird. Santa's posting some gains in the Discord. Obviously, Santa's getting it. He's understanding. Told you it wasn't hard. Rum is up 11%. Baba is absolutely losing its mind. There's 67.60 already. I think the IPO price was what, 69, 65? No problem, Sazi. I can't tell you that it's going to be worth anything, but I see a lot of support at the $2.54 mark. Just in the consolidation that it's had, I would like to see that continue to perk up, but you have an ultimate bottom of that trade, in my opinion, of 247. If you're in Baba, I'd be making sure that you're taking your profit regardless. But DNA will more than likely want to pull back to $2.81. Baba is going to want to pull back to the $60, $66.70 or $66.20 area. And I'm hoping that Tesla will kind of fall right here and go back through the 22 or the $224 mark. Go ahead, Spy. Go ahead. Right through there. Right through the 383.80, please. No. No, you be nice. Go get in your kennel. You're absolute boof. I have a couple other choice words for you right now, but you are doing the stuff. You're just, no thank you. There is SPY coming back towards VWAP. Hold on, the guys doing Lawn and Murphy's freaking. And apparently I don't need an incident like I had yesterday. Baba is moving back to the upside still, but not in any way that it just was. I would be looking at the 200 EMA right here is definitely a concern. SPY getting pretty much rejected from its high of 384 here. Back to the downside on a 30-minute. It's looking spicy. I like it. I think that they're going to want to go and drop this thing right back towards that 370 mark. Also, guys, make sure that you're hitting the like, subscribe. It really does help. We are very, very close to the goal that we were having for, I guess, the first month. We are pretty close to doing it in the first week. First 3 weeks. Or a week early, is what I was trying to say. You think the SPY is going to go all the way? I don't think it's going to stop there, but yeah, I think that's where it's going to start. Fundable. I know, I'm just as surprised as you are, H2O. Shocked even. Famuth. SPY is trying to make it back to that daily high there. I think we're going to get rejected once again at the 384. We did not. I would like to see that candle just disappear. It is rallying though. It's looking decent to the upside. It just needs to get up and hold here. Also, Tesla is just setting up. I'll take the SPY rejection, please, for 200, Alex. Ooh, there's Alibaba trying to go.
All right, I'm back. Good to see everyone. H2O Bubbles, good to see you, good to see you.
We're going to have to give non-refundable a loan. He's out of OTC.
Uh-oh.
Quick question. How's James and the Giant Peach, bro?
That was one of my favorite childhood books, James and the Giant Peach, as a matter of fact.
Was that a euphemism for his cheeks?
No, he actually had a giant peach.
Oh, that's pretty flavor.
Huh. S&P trying to go green. Only down 0.03%. The NASDAQ still down a whole percent. The Dow Jones up 0.65%.
384.89 is that rejection that I was talking about.
384.89 on the SPY. Oh, look at Germ Corp rolling 97s out there.
You know?
Hello, Mr. Birdie Hunter. Back at home? Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, right, Lobo? He had a real peach.
He had a nice set of peaches, for a fact.
This one's not actually too bad. This isn't the worst one. H2O. Darth Vader was the worst one last year. That was tough. So what's holding these markets up? What do we got? The S&P across the top 10. You got Tesla on fire, 227.57, up 2.5%. United Health up about 1%. Berkshire up 0.25%. Then these numbers not looking as bad as what they were earlier. Nvidia down just over 1%. Apple down 1.19%. Meta down 3.25%. Amazon down 4%. Microsoft still down 6 2/3%, but coming back off those lows. Did not crack the 230 mark. Hit a low of 230.17 for Microsoft. And Google up now at 97.07. And they're coming off those lows at 95.38, still down 7.5%. Oh, really? Elf and Christmas Vacation are gonna be broadcast 24 hours. I'm not gonna lie, Ace Lee. I like when they do the Christmas story, the 24-hour thing. I usually leave it on for the 24 hours, take a couple naps, like to wake up and see where it's at. All right, Birdie made €40 on that Amsterdam exchange put. Sold at the open this morning. Looking to buy one back now. €85 cheaper. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
EVFM is up 13%, 14.
Well, thanks for noticing me, Mr. Stogner. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no, that's his OnlyFans page.
Mm-hmm. You know how we do.
Get it clapping with no hands.
SPY now at 384.35. So only 50 cents off the daily high on the SPY here.
GSAT's up 10%.
Oh, really, Grumpy? Didn't I think they already have like a bootleg Christmas Story Part 2, Grumpy. They also have a bootleg Christmas Vacation Part 2 as well. Tennis is physical. What's up, brother? Up 25% on that snap dip buy, letting it ride. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, your DNA's looking pretty damn good too, Tennis. Saucy sold that Baba call 200%. That's what I'm talking about, Saucy. Good stuff, brother. Congrats, my man. Congrats, congrats. Way to buy into that fear, Saucy. You know what was going on with China, a lot of fear. I didn't see a lot of people with high hopes, but I did see you, and I seen Kevin O'Leary liking it. So well done, Saucy. Crypto asking Enzo, am I seeing zero action calls and puts on GM option chain through March 23?
Through March 23rd?
March 23rd, yep. What's going on with that Epix Saucy. Oh, you doubled down at 3? Oh, you cheeky bastard, you, Martin. I love it. I love it. 323. Now on Epics, up 89%. Well done, Martin. Well done. Man. Big push since you mentioned it. You called out that $3 level. And again, I know I don't have to tell you how to take them tendies, how to play this. 93% gains. Epics on the move. 334 now for EPIX.
No, there's definitely movement on this happening.
Netflix trying to crack 300 up there, 298.65. That's right. Mullen reversed its path. 51.56 cents on Mullen, back in the green, up over 1%. Whew. Oh, you missed the double down. Hey, are you still in, or did you pull anything out? You still holding? We just cracked a new daily high, hit 350, Mr. Apollo. We get to $4 and you're in. It might be showtime at the Apollo time, baby. So the Dow holding those 0.5% gains, S&P down 0.13%, and NASDAQ down just under 1%. It is 10:36 on this wacky, wild, weird Wednesday here at Outside the Charts. Enzo, how you liking it? Where we going? Where we going, baby? Okay, I like that. Epic big seller at 355. Let me check this order book. Man, it's cooking. Look at that volume too, Martin. 27 million up against 170,000 90-day average on EPIX. I don't think so, non-refundable, but I could be wrong. I could see a little bit more downside. Birdie, I didn't know you guys had Shell earnings tomorrow before the bell either. And then over here, Birdie, Friday morning before the bell, we have Exxon, Chevron, and I think one other one. So we got the heavy hitters in the oil on Friday morning. Meta tonight. Apple and Amazon after the bell tomorrow. The SPY might go green here. S&P about to go green. Crazy, Saucy. Crazy, crazy. You know, I looked at this yesterday. I looked at those same calls yesterday and Monday. Monday, I looked at them a little bit harder and should have took a position. Not going to lie, Saucy. I didn't have the marbles. You did, my friend. 68.26 now on Baba, up 8% on the day. Another one up 8%, CGC, Canopy Growth Corporation. I know we talked about that earlier in the week, and they are up another 8% today at 314. Meta Materials couldn't hold that dollar mark, up at 98.95 cents on Meta. Meta Materials, that is, MMAT. Way to look at the upside, non-refundable. Way to look at the upside. Axon at 140.62. Beautiful, beautiful hide. Well done, my friend. Well done, and I'm glad you were talking about it. I'm glad CBS was able to pick up, even if it was a tenth of a share. You know what I mean? She's still in the money on it. Beautiful to see. Rumble having another good day today. And I guess what's this on, guys? Is this on Google's ad revenue being down? Is that just a kind of a signal that competitors could be moving in? I'm not sure if that's exactly what's moving Rumble today. Any news? So Rumble must have been down. Because, let's see, 56 minutes ago, Rumble tweeted saying all services have been restored after technical issues. BBBY now, up a 0.5%, 532. Neo Arctic Fox, I know you got to be liking that. Neo up over that $11 mark, 11.01 on Neo. So well done. I know you averaged down on that. Way to stick with it. Way to stick with it, Arctic Fox. So what else? General Electric, after the earnings yesterday morning, they're up 4.5% today, 76.19. General Motors, same scenario. They're up 2.5% at 37.90. FOMO at its finest, Arctic Fox. I love it. I love it. Trying to handle BBBY, Epics, and Mullen. So what do you think? Do you think that we can predict? We kind of seen this play out before, Martin. We've seen it with AMC, Ape, and GameStop. We've seen that kind of we've seen the trifecta before, and we've also seen where at some point in the day or the week, what I've seen happen is sometimes they'll let one of the stocks go. They'll keep suppressing two of them. One will get out of control. They'll let one run to the moon while they're hammering the other two down. So I think that's something we need to keep an eye on there. Stanley, what's up, Stanley? Great to see you, my friend. Hope you and Pauline are doing fantastic, my man. Poker tonight, Stanley, in the Discord. It'd be great to see you guys there. Yeah, no, it was a good move, Saucy. It was a good move. And had I got in, it would have been the same way. Now, I'm still a little bit leery long term. But, kind of the way that you analyze what Kathy Wood's doing. I love that you don't just blindly follow her, but I know she's somebody that you kind of, get some information from. I feel the same way about Kevin O'Leary. I think he's a brilliant investor, and I think he tells it like it is. And his thing was, it wasn't so much that he was bullish just on Alibaba, but his theory was he needed to have exposure in that market, and at the price, pre-IPO price, Alibaba was a steal. And I think he was dead right. Okay, hopefully just preventative, Harley. Hopefully they're all good. Hopefully the kids aren't sick or anything. Just getting it to be prepared. Very good. Yeah, Google making a move to the upside, 97.93 on Google. So still down 6.66% right now, actually. Ooh, spooky. That's what I'm talking about, tennis. It's all about being smart. All about being smart. Risk management, baby. Risk management, like my man Danny Guerra always said. Mullen continuing to move to the upside, 52.35 cents on Mullen. AMC just quietly up 5%, quietly over that $7 mark. So AMC at 710. Meanwhile, APE down 5%, down to 247. GameStop up 1% at 27.15, and Bed Bath & Beyond continuing to move up at 5.35 now, up 1.25%. Yeah, I know, non-refundable. I know, buddy. I'm feeling your pain, and the Twitter thing, I just don't know what to make, how it's gonna shake out. I don't think you're dead in the water yet because you got long term. You know what? I got that segment DVR non-refundable. Like I said, I will check that out. But I'm gonna try just a. Oh, that's not good news. What are your call options? Are they above the 54? What do you have? $55 ones? So just a general thing off of Investopedia. When a company decides to buy another company, the target company usually sees its stock price jump. If a company is acquired at a higher price than the call's strike price, the holder can profit from the difference between the strike and the takeover price. If the strike price of the call is higher than the market price or takeover price ever is, the option will expire worthless. So that doesn't give me a lot of clarity, but it tells me that I guess there's a chance. So 54 and 55. Yeah, I don't know. That's like right in there, non-refundable. I just don't want to mislead you, brother. That's all. I'll get to the bottom of that for you. You got my word. Oh. Strategic midterm, the reserve set to drop below 400 million this week for the first time since May 1984. Yikes. See, you got a brilliant grandson, Stanley. You got a brilliant grandson. And he was spot on with Jack Skeleton. Love it. The break even is 54.25. Could you have got any closer? Could you have put me in any more of a stressful situation, you old non-refundable? Yeah, that's 5 cents over the buyout price. Man. I don't know. I'll find out. That's stressing me out, and I'm not even in on it, but we'll get it figured out. Meanwhile, Tesla over that 230 mark, 230.22 on Tesla. And Google still trying to move back up, 97.87 on Google. Netflix through that $300 mark as well, 302. Make it 301.97 on Netflix. Heidenreich, your Axon holding up above that 140 mark, up 2.5%, 140.66 on Axon Enterprises, AXON. MBLY. Yeah, so it's not out yet. So the IPO price, if you pre-ordered, was 18 to 20, and it's showing halted at 21 on mine, but it's not showing any data. But that is a very interesting what you're saying there, Martin. Thank you for pointing this out. So this company has 796 million available shares, but they only there's only 41 million going into the free float. So I guess you have to have early investors, you have to have possible employees. Now I know, Martin, I know you're going to be looking for the quick bang, but something like this, guys, if you do get yourself into it, or if you're, whatever happens, look at lockout dates. Look at lockout dates when you've got 750 million shares either held by insiders, whatever the case may be. Those shares are going to be able to be sold at some point. So be very, very careful with that. We may see it run because of the low float right when this thing pops off, but okay, leader in the development and deployment of advanced driver assistance systems, ADAS, and autonomous driving technologies and solutions. They pioneered ADAS technology more than 20 years ago and have continuously expanded the scope of our ADAS offerings while leading the evolution to autonomous driving solutions. Well, that's a mighty big market cap coming out. I don't know a lot about the company, but the market cap at this price, Martin, 16.7 billion. Mr. Burry, welcome back, buddy. AMC at that first level of resistance. Let's see. So is that right around the $7 mark, Daniel? $6.99, $7 we're at right now. AMC up 3.5%. GameStop holding above 27.17, up 1.12%. And Ape still down just about 6%, 244 on Ape. Oh, Intel's involved. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I would look forward to, Martin, is I don't know if any of those shares are accounted for by the underwriter. So often in these IPOs, the underwriter will be given the option to basically claim, X amount of shares within 90 days or 30 days, whatever the case may be. So again, if you're looking for that quick pump or something like that, I wouldn't be too concerned about any kind of lockout periods. But as always, try to see things from all angles and for all investors, whether you're day trading it, swing trading it, investing in it. Like to let you know what you're getting into, or possibly what you're getting into. Yeah, the order book on Webull looks kind of crazy on it too. I can't gauge a lot from it, Martin. I see buys in there for $100. I see sells. I see buys for $1. Like it's all over the place. Netflix holding above that 301 mark, 301.80 on Netflix. I'm still holding that. I'm still holding that LIDAR or that LIDR. I'm laughing under here because I always say it. That AI Inc. Back over the 90-cent mark, 90.83 cents on LIDR. And I bought in at 84.99 tennis. So I'm up on that. I'm enjoying it. Rumble pushing closer to that $10 mark. RUM up 14.74% at 973. Whew. Metamaterials 99.99 cents. And we got $1. PayPal trying to break that $90 mark. 89.92. Oh, yes, I knew that. I knew you got in on that as well, H2O. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And Netflix pushing further, 302.45 on Netflix. The S&P in the green now, up 0.15%. The NASDAQ still in the red, down 0.66%. And the Dow up 0.7%. We got 3 minutes before 11, guys. We're almost an hour and a half into this fabulous trader day. If you haven't done so yet, I'm sure you have. But if you haven't, take a second to hit that like button for us. Really helps us out. And of course, if you haven't subscribed, do that as well. Snapchat back on the move to the upside. Could be a possible cup and handle forming there. We might see a breakout over that $10 mark. So we hit a high at 10.04 earlier. Back now at 981 on Snap, up 2%. Whew. Tesla hit 230, couldn't hold that 230 mark. Hit the high at 230.50 on Tesla. Still up 3% on the day, 229.17. And the SQs up 2.5% today, and I think that's great to look at just so that you kind of get a little feel of what moves with what. Okay, so we talk about the SPY a lot here. Enzo loves to play the SPY, knows it inside and out, and I have to admit, I'm really taking a liking to it. It is it's a different kind of trading. But when you're talking about SQs, you got the SQs. So when you see the S&P green and the SQs green at the same time, it's because it's not based on the S&P. So when you're playing the TQs or the SQs, you're playing the NASDAQ top 100. Okay, so you're getting a lot more when you're playing those SQs and TQs. You're relying a lot more on tech. You're betting more on tech than if you're playing the S&P. Sure, there's a lot of the same stocks in both, but just be aware of what you're playing. Same thing as if you're playing S-Dows or anything like that. Know what you're getting into. Because a lot of times they move, momentum-wise, they move the same. But like I said, on a day like this where you can see, and we've seen these gaps widening lately with tech taking such a slide. But on a day when you can have the NASDAQ down 0.8% and then the S&P up H2O. What am I doing for Halloween? Well, I gotta find. They haven't said. They haven't said what day trick or treating is here yet. I'm hoping it's like last year. Last year, I think Halloween was on a Saturday or Sunday, so they the trick or treating was over the weekend. And what was cool was my city had it on like Saturday, and then my buddy where I watch football at, who lives like close, but it's considered a different town. They did it on Sunday, so I got to trick or treat twice with the boy. I will say there's a potential that I may miss Power Hour on Monday. I will still pop in. I will do my best to do that, but if that's the only time that I get to take him trick or treating, there's very, very few things that would ever keep me away from here or take me from here. But typically on Halloween, usually me and my ex, like, I'll take him for the first 2 hours, then she'll take him for the next 2 hours, something like that. So I will try my best to work it out with everybody, but as you guys know, he comes before everything. I'm sorry, it is what it is. Getting some GM puts, lawsuits, $106 million loss and more incoming on the 2.4 liter Ecotech engines, oil consumption. Next earnings should be boofed with all their losses. I like it. So you're thinking that the earnings that we seen with them this week, crypto, was kind of like what I said with the banks, things like that, where they packaged up, hey, we did good lately, but moving forward it's going to be crap, and we just didn't see that reaction. Because we seen GM, we didn't see them pump off their earnings, but we've seen a little bit of gains. Yeah, definitely, Grumpy, definitely, and I appreciate that, And again, if I can work it out where maybe she has them for the, that's her part of the day, I'll try to balance it, Grumpy, but I appreciate knowing that you guys are that accepting and that, don't ever want to let you guys down, but at the same time, can't let him down, and like you said, you can't get those moments back. News on AMC Burbank 16, AMC Burbank 8, and AMC Burbank 6 are the first AMC theaters in the greater Los Angeles area to feature laser projection by Cineonic in every traditional auditorium. I don't know what that is. It sounds amazing, but I don't know what it is. What is it? Just is that just the way that they project the movie? I don't know. Okay, crypto. Took the December 2nd puts day after the dividend. I like it. The market pushing up now. The S&P up 0.36%. The Dow up 0.87%. NASDAQ up 0.44%. So still waiting for this Mobileye, MBLY, to go live. It's listed as halted, but I don't think it's gone live yet. And that SPY pushing up new daily highs, 386.43. The new high on the SPY just touched that. And Netflix holding above 302. Snapchat up at 974. Mullen still gaining ground, up 2.5% now for Mullen at 52.1 cents.
Yo.
Yo.
Sorry about that.
You're
Netflix
good.
is at 301.
Yeah. Pretty incredible.
I mean, it's something, but I don't know. I'm confused entirely on why.
Junk Savvy, is that just so that's just a projection thing? Is that just a quality thing? Does it project at higher values? I'll look it up, but I appreciate you letting us know. And then what are the costs of that? I have to wonder. Like, do the costs weigh the upside? Is it something that's going to be more durable? Something that is going to bring better picture? Like I said, I'm not hip to the film industry like you, Junk Savvy. So it is a quality thing. Okay, I can respect that, and that's yeah, that's Grumpy. That's so unfortunate. That's I've got many friends in that situation, and it's unfortunate. Okay, Crypto, you're in it to win it on these GM puts, brother. I like it. So you're thinking that's going to hit hard in the next earnings report. You're playing the downside into that right after the dividend payout, right? Netflix pushing further, 303.18. What did they do? Just re-release a new Halloween or something?
I don't think so.
What's all the price action? What's all the movement? I mean, let me ask you this. Like, wouldn't you think... two different ways of thinking of this. Let me throw this at you. Because Netflix big pivot right now is the ad stuff, right? Now you see ads down across the board everywhere. So you would think in theory that would be like, well, ads, people aren't just spending, but because Netflix already sold out of all their ads, are they looking at it like, hey, are people looking at it like, well, Netflix, their ad revenue, although they've got nothing to base it off of, this is going to be their baseline, the ad revenue that they bring in right now, but because they announced before their earnings that the ad revenue was sold out, or the ads were sold out. You know what I mean? So maybe that's a part of why this is moving. That a boy, Tennis sold some Snap for 26% and doubled your Cybin position. Well, I love it because even if we lose all our money, Tennis will have a good time doing it when we're invested in Cybin. What you feeling over there, Enzo? SPY hitting new highs, 386.54.
I know. I'm trying to figure out where. Oh, well, I just accidentally got into Netflix looking away from my phone.
Atta boy. Upside or downside?
Down.
Alright. That's a question, Ace Lee, that you think that I would be able to answer, having used ad blockers and whatnot for years. I don't really know. I couldn't actually tell you what the exact effect is. And that's a good question because have ad blockers become so advanced and I'm not saying that the ad blockers themselves are just blocking the revenue, but do you think that that gets priced in along with bots? You know, because you have to think advertisers, at the very least, are approaching companies with the we're not gonna just assume that every person that you tell us we're advertising to is human. So I don't know how those ad blockers work, and then what about, like, okay, so I pay for YouTube Music. Basically, I pay $9.99 a month for YouTube Music. I get to bypass ads only on YouTube content that's music, right? If I watch other videos, I still gotta watch ads. Does that $9.99 count as ad revenue? Or what does that get classified into? Because essentially that's what I'm doing. That I'm essentially paying to not see those ads. So what does that revenue count as? Because I think more and more people are doing that still, even as we inch closer to the recession that we've been in for 6 months. You still see people that are willing to pay subscriptions and stuff like that. So I don't know. Yeah, they shouldn't have. I think that's going to have a big effect, but I think a lot of people already pay for the $20 plan. So what do you get? You get four. I think you get four different devices. And then how is that going to work? Is it going to be individual accounts, or is it going to be multiple devices? So, like, am I still going to be able to have Netflix on everything in my house, or is it just going to be a simultaneous thing? Like, what's interesting, Tennis, is how they're rolling it out. So basically, say the account was in my name, Tennis, and you used it. I would get a message. I'm going to get a message that says, hey, Netflix is awesome. Your friend's been using it. Do you want to upgrade and pay another $4.99 a month to give Tennis his physical? Let him continue to share in this great experience? Then you could say yes or no. And then if I say no, you're going to get a message next time you log in, and it's going to say, hey, that banana head up there, MIA, doesn't want to keep you on his plan anymore, but you know what? We value you so much that for $4.99 for the first 3 months, we can sign you up right now if you lock into a 2-year deal. What do you say?
Only if the price is $49.53.67.
That's probably what it'll be, too, roughly.
3 installments, please. Sins.
Sensionics up 6.3%.
Rather jerk off with sandpaper, but let's go.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, it actually looks spicy.
I will have to look. There has to be Junk Savvy. I'll have to look at where their earnings are. Not showing it on Webull right now. I think we talked about this maybe Monday. I would expect maybe not a caliber that we seen last time, but I would expect a run up into earnings. But I still think for the next couple quarters, Junk Savvy, I think Sensionics will still be buy the rumors, sell the news when we go into earnings. I expect good progress, but I still don't expect profitability. And as far as the long term goes, as long as they're staying the course, as long as everything's good, I think the earnings will be fantastic as far as that goes. November 8th are the earnings. November 8th. So if you want to do a little bit of research on something, look at how they've kind of reacted historically the last 2 years into their earnings. Things like that. Alright, I gotta take 2 minutes because I'm sweating here.
No worries. Sorry, Murphy's yelling at the landscaper again.
Well, you know, sometimes dogs gotta voice their opinion. Like the S&P's voicing its opinion, saying we ain't going nowhere. Up, 0.52% now. NASDAQ flirting with going green soon, only down 0.17%.
What I am doing right now, though, is I'm going further out in time on puts. Anything around the 370, excuse me, 373 area. Where are the SQs?
You got the voice mod back on too, by the way.
Great.
I know it's not. It's not on your end, but it is hilarious. BBBY heading to 6. That's the question, Birdie. That is the question. That's a fantastic question. Do we expect the energy plants to miss earnings? Still huge profits, but after the outrage of the public on their insane profits in Q2, it makes sense to go a bit lower. Yeah, and you know, I'm up in the air on that, Birdie, because part of me thinks that they are going to announce huge stock buybacks before the 1% tax gets hit. But that's going to be even worse. You know, they come out and they introduce bigger than they have share buybacks. That's going to draw even more scrutiny. So I think the profits, I think, Birdie, I think as far as Exxon and Chevron go, maybe we see some kind of ESG kind of narrative put beside the earnings. So for example, take the numbers that I'm saying out of consideration, but say it's say their revenue or say their profits are 100 billion, just for the sake of argument. I can see a statement following that 100 billion, but we're going to pledge, 10% of that or some kind of number of that to green this or that. So I could see them trying to do some kind of PR work on that, because you're right. They took the scrutiny for record profits, and it's going to continue to drag them along. But they may look at it like, in their eyes, they may see that that there could potentially be not in Washington in the form of the presidency, but in the form of the House and the Senate, there could be new kind of leadership in the upcoming months that possibly could scale back the attack on energy. So I don't know what their thoughts on that are, how they're leaning, or Holy LiDAR, what you doing, baby? 95.38 cents now on LIDR. Man, tennis, give me some not financial guidance here, brother. I've only got a few hundred shares. What do you think? Let's talk percentage-wise. My odds of taking profits up here. Do you see another opportunity? I know you're long on LIDR. You know the way that I've been trading lately. I've been just trying to get in and out. I've been in this for about a week, and I'm happy with where it is. But do you see more upside? Just short term. I know your outlook on it long term. What do you see in the next week? And again, no pressure and not financial advice. Just brother to brother.
I'm doubling into a bunch of positions that I had this and the European market is about to close.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just sneezed 5 times in a row. Just give me one quick second.
Yeah, no, take your time.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah.
Let me see, Mr. Glitch. What you got? What you got? Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Burry. I'm just seeing that now. Apologize for that. I'm a little slow sometimes.
Oh, yeah? Sorry, I looked over.
Charles, appreciate you sending me that too, brother. If I could stop sneezing for a second here, I will look at that. I think I'm allergic to this bow tie. How about a Bitcoin? We gonna see 21,000 today?
Oh,
20,881 right now. We going up to 21?
I would think that we're gonna stop here, come back, probably come back to 383, 384 area, and then gap down. That's what I'm for.
I don't know, man. With things escalating and with the potential of some kind of digital dollar being implemented, what better way to get people on board than to show that Bitcoin's got strength? Hey, you guys like Bitcoin? You're gonna love this new Fed coin.
Oh, are we? Does it come with some Cobra Kai dividends?
I mean, it might, and you know, it sounds absurd, but it is absurd. It's gonna go hand in hand, though. It's gonna go hand in hand, and you know, maybe I'm wrong. I look for clues, like I tell you, and when I start seeing this mainstream narrative of how stable Bitcoin is, oh, look at the stability of this. Look at this is amazing. Look at how volatile this stock market is, and what's remaining stable. Bitcoin, this is unbelievable. Does that sound strange to anybody else, or just me?
Yeah. No. Drugs are bad. Whoever's telling people that needs to probably go check themselves. It is fortunate, but no, there's.
I mean, the minute that BlackRock got involved with Bitcoin stopped being some kind of hope of an alternative currency. I mean, right. Yeah, it might be alternative. It's like, okay, do you want to deal with BlackRock or do you want to deal with Vanguard? But like I said, I think the narrative, you would think with everything going the way it is, with energy costs, with energy worries, with the whole global scale of how Bitcoin is bad, and you know, it just seems that the narrative has changed a little bit, and I can't see why it would, unless it's just number one, because companies like BlackRock got involved. If there's going to be institutional money in it, institutions are going to control the narrative. Or B, is it another way of, you know, the frog in the boiling water, you know, dipping our toes in it to just get people on board? Hey, well, now the news is telling, you know, for years I heard Bitcoin bad, Bitcoin risky, Bitcoin bad. Now I'm hearing, you know, Bitcoin's good. You know, Bitcoin's awesome. Bitcoin was able to save a lot of Ukrainians. We were able to get Bitcoin to Ukrainians. Bitcoin is just, you know, it's stable. You know, I think I'd like to try some of that Bitcoin. Oh, they got this new thing? Well, hey, if you're into Bitcoin, Again, let me tell you about the Fed dollar that's coming out, the new Fed coin. What's great about that is you will own nothing and you will like it.
Sound like Poindex.
It's the world we live in, brother. Rodney Smith, what's up, Rodney? These are the questions that keep me up at night, Enzo. As the world turns. 11:25, guys. We are 35 minutes out from a tasty trader lunch. Hopefully something good's on the menu. I feel like I haven't eaten for days, so I think I might actually eat during this trader lunch. Imagine that.
I gotta make more phone calls for a couple of the business sides.
Well, hopefully you're calling those good folks over at LIDR and thanking them for their stock running up 6.67% today, 96 cents. We hit $1. I might be out of there.
I can just say thank you.
Well, yeah, or just thank Tennis is Physical and move
thanks,
on.
Bro. I'll give you a good kiss on the mouth, nice and wet to you. Appreciate your 6% from what was it, LIDAR?
LIDR, but it's AI Inc. It sounds like LIDAR. I always miscall it LIDAR because the ticker is LIDR, but it is AI Inc. AMC back over that $7 mark, 703, up 4.14%. What do we got on Ape? Still getting, yep, Ape down 6.35%. At 243. Making headway though. Making headway. You got 945 total for AMC with AMC and Ape together. And GameStop still holding up there, 27.37, up 1.86%. So Microsoft, a bit of a comeback from them lows, still down 5.5% at 236.87. Apple down 0.5%, 151.54. Tesla 229.58, up 3.25%. Both Google's down about 6.5% each. Nvidia up 0.5%. Berkshire up 0.75%. Meta had a nice comeback as well today. Still down 1.67% at 135.24, and then you got United Health bringing up the rear, up 1%, 545.36.
I like the SQs where they're at.
The barter system would be good. You know, I think we're seeing that on both the smaller scale and a larger scale, Acely. You know, you think about eBay, you think about things like that. You know, it's the classic bartering system. And sure, we've done it in a comfy society when money's flowing. Things like that could be used to buy, you know, cool sneakers, cool, you know, things, novelty items. You know, niche items, things like that. But if backs get to the wall, at least there's that kind of system in place. You know, I know so many people around here that use Facebook Marketplace, and I would say that's the number one thing that people that I know use Facebook for, is only for the marketplace to buy, sell, trade goods. You know, it's...
Facebook's horrible.
Yeah, but again... You got to look at it. It still comes. You're still not going to buy a phone out there today that Facebook doesn't come preloaded on. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying it's not just people that are posting every meal that they cook or things like that use Facebook. There are a lot of, you know, there's a lot of tools if you're a business. There's a lot of, especially now with people, you know, with our backs against the wall, unfortunately, if you're sitting on cash right now, you can find a lot of stuff that you can get on the cheap because people, you know, the first stuff to go is stuff that you don't need, that you know, luxury items, things like that. Yeah, I think a lot of people could take that space. eBay probably being one of them. I guess it's you have to have the social aspect of it. I mean, it would take probably years for a company for any other platform to grow to where it is to have the impact. Because the nice thing, from what people tell me, I've only bought a few things off of there, but I do like it. I mean, what's nice is, okay, I'm going to buy this thing. Oh, well, this guy's friends with this dude that I know who's also friends with him. So at least I can get a little bit of background information, things like that. And especially when you're dealing with face-to-face meeting, you know what I mean? It's not just buying stuff over the internet where you have to be worried about, safety, stuff like that is always an issue. There's probably somebody that'll take those off your hands, Birdie Hunter. There's probably some gold or some kind of other material in there that you can still get something for. But when it comes to old phones, stuff like that, they're gonna give you the most value if they can get you another one. Just like a used car. You go trade your used car in, they're gonna give you a little bit more if you take on a bigger payment. And yes, Rocket Lab, my man Ron D, I know you got a busy day at work out there this week. If you are out there, Rocket Lab up at $4.95, 7% of the day. Tennis, you got anything red in your portfolio today, brother? Those dips and those rips, man. Dips and rips with these stocks that you know like the back of your hand. I love it. I know Rocket Labs is one of them. I know DNA is one of them. I know LIDR is one of them. Appreciate you always sharing that with us.
More pressing news. Odie Fro has just found out that the McRib is going to be returning this month. However, it could be the last time.
Well, they're saying they're dubbing it the farewell tour.
Thank God.
Yeah. Again, I point to the Rolling Stones. I point to when I went to their first farewell tour back in '98. Here we are 24 years later, and they're still doing farewell tours. So I don't think we've seen the end of the McRib. I think McRib fans will continue to have a voice. It's a pop culture phenomenon. I don't really know anybody that likes it or eats it, really. But it always seems to generate conversation. It seems to me like McDonald's is doing what that guy that invented Beanie Babies was trying to do, but he's doing it. But McDonald's is doing it the right way by creating that demand for it. So give it a year, and all of a sudden it'll be leaked rumors say that the McRib might make a return to select McDonald's locations, and then everybody is all up in arms and advertising stuff nowadays because so many people with ad blockers we're so trained to not watch ads too, right? Like how many YouTube videos or videos do you watch where you just instinctively, if you're watching it on your phone, you move your thumb to the skip ad after five, like you're not buying it. So what's the best form of advertising is mouth to mouth, people talking, people stuff that stirs, whatever. And unfortunately, that's the society that we live in, that we're even having this conversation about a terrible pork-like substance that's formed to look like some ribs, and then they put pickles and onions on it. I mean, if you like the McRib, God bless you. God bless you. Arby's makes one that's kind of like real meat because they got the meat. But what do you think it means for McDonald's sales? McDonald's earnings tomorrow morning before the bell. I think
I don't know that he still eats McDonald's, genuinely.
I will beg to differ. If I could print out every DoorDash that I've done over the last year, I would say that McDonald's probably has a 17 to 28% stake in that. Seriously, like and again, that's a small subset of people. I understand it, but it still pumps. Like it is what it is.
I have 50.
Yeah, he does buy McRibs in bulk and freezes them. Hey, I mean, I'm not hating. The only thing that strikes me as strange about that, and I love Odie Fro, but he's in one of the barbecue meccas of the world. He's in Kansas City, where I've never been there, but I just have to imagine that the meat just falls off of ribs like a glorious, like, that's like somebody up here. It's like if you went and got chicken wings at Buffalo Wild Wings up here. You were ostracized. You were looked at differently. If you weren't Canadian, if you were somebody that lived in Western New York, and you have sound mind and you know what I mean, went into a Buffalo Wild Wings and said, I think I'll have some chicken wings here. Yeah, gotta question people like that. Well, Caesar C, I mean, your brainstorming might have just came up with the next big McDonald's invention.
Fear.
No, the McRib spam. Spam on top of a McRib.
Please stop.
I don't know. I think you can probably
People
add
don't
that.
eat that.
Listen.
People don't eat that, right?
Yeah. 26 plus. What was that ticker again, Martin? I'm sorry. Hold on. MBLY. Alright, still not showing me anything on Weeble. So let me keep an eye on this. McSquid would be good. Spam equals stuff posing as meat. Yeah, well, Spam was doing the we can't believe we're not meat before it was fashionable. Archer and Simon bit down. Want to sell some DNA above 325 and buy more Simon under 60 cents? Stick to the plan, my friend. Stick to the plan. Let's go. Oh, the pre-IPO bids. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I was on the Weeble mobile. It wasn't showing it. Sorry, Martin. It'll make the Mullen drive itself. I love it. I love it. Well, and what do you guys think we see the push to first when it comes to automation, autonomous driving, things like that? Do we see it in like the what's the word I'm looking for here? Like the delivery sector, things like that, public transport. Do we see it there first before
old people first?
Well, I've kind of got a theory of where I see it going first, and I think it all plays into what's going on with the gig jobs. With kind of we speculated the other day that maybe when it comes to the Fortune 500 buyer, maybe it is somebody like Uber, maybe it is somebody like this. So maybe those companies, because they know it's going to cost them an exuberant more money if they have to employ every driver, if they have to insure every driver's personal vehicle, things like that. So I could see these, whether it's Uber, Lyft, whether it's DoorDash, one of these companies making that push and saying, okay, well, we can just get rid of employees altogether and just instead of, we can go right to autonomous. Walmart, we know Walmart inked that deal before. We haven't heard a lot about it for the beta program with their delivery with autonomous driving. And it goes back to something both Elon said and what's the outer space dude? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson. But they both talked about when they didn't really talk so much about EV. They talked about autonomous driving and how once that hits, like it's gonna hit. Like they both compared it to going from horses to going to cars here. Like where at the time people thought this could never happen. Like the horse industry was bigger than the car industry when they first, you know what I mean? Like this could never lose. This isn't just horses. It's a whole industry that was gone in 20 years, you know what I mean, as far as the transportation end of it. So they think that the same thing's going to happen with autonomous vehicles, where as soon as it really starts, which I don't think I know there's cars that kind of self-drive out there. There's testing going on, all that kind of stuff. But I mean when it really starts. Okay, tennis, I can see that, but I could see it going the other way too. Tech's gonna boom over the next 10 years to fix all the problems that have been created on purpose. I can hope for that. I can hope for that. Flying cars first? Okay, so MBLY off and running. 27-24 and moving to the upside. For MB, that's Mobile Eye Global. Just IPO'd a few minutes ago. So went off at a $21 price. So if you were able to pre-order that, you were able to pick it up. It was originally 18 to 20 was the range. Came in at 21. Up at 27.20 now. 29.5% gain since it opened. In tennis, what happens if Saudi Arabia starts throwing all kinds of money to get the best engineers in the world over there working on that line that they're making, which is, the biggest project in history. I mean, I guess you can argue pyramids, things like that, but modern history, there's been no more ambitious project, I don't think, than what Saudi Arabia is doing over there. And with this Davos in the desert going on, with all this outside investment, kind of both ways. And it's probably good in the financial sector because there's money flowing in, from outside the world. There's Saudi investments, kind of pushing some stuff throughout the world. Lilium and Saudia announces MOU for proposal, development and operations by Saudia of an eVTOL network across Saudi Arabia. Proposed arrangement for Saudia to purchase 100 Lilium jets. Well, they just keep on spending over there. Let's see what you got here, Birdie. Yeah, I'm not getting into one of those yet, Birdie. I am not getting into a flying vehicle. I don't trust it. Oh, pitchforks and little black rocks. Okay. Oh, okay, so that was the link. Thank you, Sabrina. That was the link, Martin. Intel raises $861 million from its self-driving technology. Mobilize IPO starts trading today. So that was just a so that is like a spin-off of Intel. And hey, I like that with Intel, kind of slated to open that $20 billion plant in Ohio. I guess the more that they're involved in, the better, as far as for America, for jobs, for things like that. Easily. Alright guys, 15 minutes until trader lunch. Kind of moves we making going into this. And 27.70 now on Mobileye. And we got Microsoft still down 5%, Google down 6.5%, Amazon down 1.3%, Tesla up 2.92%, 228.93 on Tesla. Meta down just under 2%. Nvidia still up that 0.5%. Apple still down that 0.5%. Oh, Ginkgo Bioworks and the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia announces plans to develop biosecurity and biotechnology capabilities for global public health. I don't know if I like the looks of those apples, Will. All right, 11:47, 13 minutes before things get weird. I kind of want to see him, Lobo, but I don't know. I don't know how much people could be trusted. I mean, I guess when you look at the grand scheme of things, what's more likely to happen, mechanical error or human error? I guess at some point we get to where we, I guess, trust the technology. Puts on what, Saucy? What you looking at? Buying puts on these people making these flying cars? 388.60 on the SPY. Okay. Alright, we're at 380, just fell below 387, 386.89. So you're looking for a little more pump to the upside and then going back down. The Jetsons were not trustworthy. Some would say that was spousal abuse, pushing his wife out of the flying thing after she stole his wallet. Plus, they relied on Rosie too much. Like, really, they didn't do anything. They didn't even, like, walk their own dog. They put Astro out on that thing outside the house and made that thing walk himself. Rosie did all the work. Elroy had a bright future, but if you judge by size comparison, George was real tall, Judy was real tall, Jane was real tall. And then you got little tiny Elroy. Kind of makes you think Spacely Sprocket might be the dad. I don't know. You look at Spacely's way more on that level. So, was there some kind of thing there? I don't know. It's a weird utopian place that they lived in. Bear traps, yeah. I can agree with that. Tomorrow, Saucy, are you worried at all about GDP numbers? Are they going to have any effect? I expect them to come in at least flat. I don't expect to see any kind of negative GDP, but hypothetically, if that was the case, I think that could send shockwaves. Again, I don't think that that's really going to happen, but well, it doesn't add up. So you think Meta beats, Apple misses? What about Amazon? Let's make the trifecta there. So Meta tonight, Apple and Amazon both after the bell tomorrow. Be read into Apple and then tank. I can respect that, Saucy. I can respect that. Like I said, I think Apple gets a little bit different because you get into the production side of it as well. Amazon's ad revenue I would expect to be down. I gotta say though, with some of the numbers that Grant put out for us as far as consumer strength or maybe GermCorp, that might be good for Amazon. You know, I don't know. I don't know. It'll be interesting too, Saucy, to see if Walmart Plus is cutting into Amazon at all. Not that would be revealed specifically. It's not like Amazon's going to say, well, hey, Walmart Plus is beating the crap out of us. But you have to look at it. If those numbers, if the prime account numbers are down, that's gonna, or if the growth in number of prime users is down, that's where I would be concerned. I wouldn't even be worried about the retail numbers for Amazon. The other concern with Amazon, Saucy, was AWS announcing yesterday a big hiring freeze. So they didn't announce layoffs, but they announced a hiring freeze. And if you know, not so much AWS, more so Amazon on the retail side, but I think it's somewhere around 150% turnover rate. So when you announce a hiring freeze in a company, and again, this doesn't apply to AWS, I'm just saying in general, because we've seen it over the last 6 months, we've seen layoffs disguised as hiring freezes. So again, if you're a company that runs at 150% turnover ratio and you do a hiring freeze, you might as well be laying off X amount of people, because that's essentially what happens. Hope that makes sense. All right, 11:53, guys. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Netflix approaching those daily highs. 305 up, just dipped back under 304.96 on Netflix. Snapchat up at 969. Mullen holding above the 50-cent mark. 50.88 cents on Mullen. Baba holding up there at 68.61 on BABA. No, Lobo, I think a lot of people are going to go that way. I think because, so if you don't have like a Whole Foods around you, if you don't, I know Amazon can do certain things, but let's be honest, we got to shop, you know, we've got to shop, we've got to be a lot more cost effective when it comes to shopping, when it comes to every aspect of it too, Lobo. So, like, if you're getting free delivery, that's big nowadays. That's a lot bigger, and I get gas is down from where it was, but it's still, if you can, you know, it'll cost me $4 to drive to Walmart myself in gas, or I can get free delivery through this, and Lobo, let me know, have you checked out their streaming service yet? Is that up and running? I'm not sure what the overall plan was on that, but I know that they're getting into the streaming business. really trying to attack Amazon Prime on the whole level, you know, and make it a whole service and give people, which I think is good. I think at first people weren't getting the value maybe that they thought they were with Walmart Plus. All right, market pulling back a little bit here before lunch. We got the Dow still up 0.88%, the S&P up 0.47%, the Nasdaq down 0.3%. And so this is kind of a cool little tool that I just found, and it only shows, if you see it below me right now, it only shows big purchases. I'm still trying to dial it in to where I can get maybe stuff that more applies to us, but it gives the most updated large either buys or sells from insiders. So you see FBK Insider, COSM, EVA. They all bought over $1 million worth of shares. And then LLY, JEF, and ISRG had insiders selling off millions. So nothing that we talk about too much on that list right now, but that's something that I'll be kind of checking, updating every day, trying to hone in on. Anything that can give us a little added edge, a little added information that maybe isn't always readily available. Oh, it included Paramount Plus, hella limited. Okay, so it's just getting started. Tomorrow at New York time, 8:15, there will be an ECB rate hike announcement. So yesterday they kind of put that out. Birdie, I don't know if it was like anything official that they were expecting that. And then, am I right to assume they're almost on the same schedule as us with another one scheduled for December? Birdie asking if there's anybody in here that can build a professional app. I need one for our foreign workers with all important information in it. I'm sure that there's somebody that can help you out with that, Birdie. Hey, Nick Magnuson. What's up, brother? Good to see you, my man. Happy Wednesday, buddy. Hope everything's good out there on that left coast. Oh, 3 men convicted of supporting plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer. Well, hey, I'm all for criminals getting, I don't know the ins and outs of that situation, Ace Lee, but you try to kidnap a governor, you should probably be held accountable, you know? Again, I don't know the ins and outs of that particular case, but... And then one more for December. Okay, so same thing here, Birdie. We get 0.75. Almost. We're almost assured of it. That's on November 2nd. And then I don't have the date offhand of the December meeting. SKYT. Nick, is it getting cold out there yet for you, brother? Because we're getting such unseasonably warm weather here. It's kind of crazy. Well, that's the understanding. Which of those kids is doing the wrong thing, Junk Savvy? And that's why I say I didn't know exactly who was convicted and who wasn't. Can only consume so much news in a day. All right, 1 minute before trader lunch. Okay, that's not too bad. Considering Arctic Fox woke up to 11 inches of snow, I think you'll be just fine in the 40s. Get up into the 50s. Yeah, we've been. It still gets down into the low 40s at night, but then during the day it's been getting up to like the 70s, like 72, 73. But it's weird because everybody's sick around here because of it. You know, you can't. It's so tough to judge. You go to sleep sweating and you wake up freezing. SKYT. Skywater Technologies. Where are we at? What happened here? Oh yeah, 7% gainer up at 823. The 20s and the 30s the whole time. Yeah, that's a pass for me, dog. I could take that for a couple months out of the year. It's not too bad. It's when you get down to that to the neck, like it's wind chill factor here is the big thing, Nick. Like I could take cold. It's just when you get that, you know, we'll get temperatures down close to zero. They'll be like, you know, 5-6 degrees, but then you get that wind chill and it's like -20, -15. Now, I don't want to complain. I know Heidenreich's up there living in the tundras of Minnesota. So there you are, Hyde. Alright, 12:02, guys. So, you know what that means. I am going to take a little break. Stretch my legs a little bit. Let those dogs out. Do that, all that good stuff. And, yeah, then join. And Nick, just so you know, I know you're a busy man, and I know you haven't been as involved in the market, and really appreciate you stopping by. But just so you know, so if you ever come in, what we've been doing now, we're live from 9 to 12. We leave the stream up from 9 right until 4, but then we usually cut out during lunch. Feel free to join us in the Discord. We're usually hanging out in there. This way I can get Nikki and stuff from school, all that stuff. But can always guarantee that we'll be back here for Power Hour. Yeah, it's like you can't, you know what it is too? As you get older, Nick, you can't catch your breath when that wind's blowing in your face. It's just, like I would rather have 10 degrees and no wind than like 40 degrees and windy all day, every day. So yeah, I am going to take a break for a little bit, but as always, appreciate each and every one of you guys being here today. Absolutely means the world to me. And yeah, I will catch you guys in a little bit. But again, thank you everybody. The stream will still be up, and I will see y'all in a little bit. Much love for now, guys. Alright, guys, welcome back for Power Hour. How's everybody doing? Hope everyone's having a great afternoon. It has gotten ridiculously cold and rainy out here, so hopefully you guys have some nicer weather. The market, not not looking great right now. We got the Dow now in the red, down 0.07%. We got the S&P down 0.75%. The NASDAQ down a whopping 1.89%. Let's go, Caesar. That's what I'm talking about. It's Wednesday. We're 7/8 of the way through this this hump day. And let's finish strong, guys. Let's finish strong. So AMC, after holding above 7 for a lot of the day, down now at 670. Bed Bath & Beyond now down 4% at 506. Ape just got hammered, down 11.75% at 229. And GameStop down 4.5%, 25.64. And the S&P falling further. Falling. Still got a little green on Mullen, up 51.26 cents. And what other green? So looking across that S&P top 10, we got Tesla still holding a little bit of gains, up 1%. We got United Health up 0.42%, Berkshire down 0.5%, Nvidia now down 2.25%, Apple down 2.5%, Amazon down nearly 4%, Meta now down over 6%. Oh, these are dropping like it's hot too. Microsoft back down to 7% losses, and Google testing those daily lows on Google. Guys may want to keep an eye on this. Google down at 95.43. About to touch those daily lows, 95.38. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Exxon strikes oil again in Guyana. Raises output target. Well, glad somebody's doing good business. SLM set to report earnings with Biden's student loan forgiveness program on hold. That's interesting how that's happening, huh? It's almost like politicians will make promises before an election to get your votes. So, I think we're seeing that right now. I love the terms that they throw out. So apparently Biden's going to get rid of overdraft fees, all that good stuff. But if you guys are familiar with the real world, how the real world works, you tell banks, hey, you can't charge overdraft fees, you can't charge these kind of fees. You think the banks are just going to roll over and say, well, you know what, we had a good run ripping people off, but you know what, it's time to go on the straight and narrow? Absolutely not, they won't. Just more phony baloney. More numbers that just go, this is going to save Americans up to $3 billion. Okay. I'll believe it. How about we go back and we do that retroactive? You know, how about everybody that got an overdraft fee when they were told they weren't allowed to work or things like that? How about we pay all that back? Oh, BBW. Okay, BBW, Bath and Body Works announces new Chief Diversity Officer. Kelly Charles joins as Principal Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Leader and Strategist. Well, in my experience, Sabrina, when you start throwing around words like equity and diversity and things like that, that's when it's time to short that stock. I'm just saying. I'm all for diversity naturally happening and things like that, but when you start pushing stuff like that on your business, get woke, go broke. Oh, Berkshire's Brooks running unit settles trademark case against Brooks Brothers. I didn't even know that Berkshire Brooks had a running unit. So you learn something new every day. And the market falling further, NASDAQ slipping below those 2% losses, down now 2.02%. And across the NASDAQ top 10, pretty much the same as the S&P. The only difference, they got a few green. Costco slightly green, PepsiCo slightly green. Really the only difference there. The Dow, more green across the Dow, but still down on the whole. Let's take a look at the heat map. See how it's going to look. Not going to... Got some marinara on there. So there's that heat map. Healthcare still leading the way. Healthcare, energy. Let's see. Credit services, banks. Consumer defensive up. Consumer cyclical being held down by that Amazon with 4% losses. Communication services, you got Google, Meta, awfully green. Semiconductors getting hammered. Nvidia down. You got AVGO, the only lone green spot there. And then as far as the big tech, we've got Oracle. Pretty much is the only green there, with Microsoft, Apple, Adobe all down in the red. Big anticipation. Meta earnings coming up after the bell. PMH, Atlanta home builder Pulte Group walks from land deals as demand wanes. Well, can't say we didn't predict that, Junk Savvy. We knew that was coming. One second, guys. Ford, Volkswagen backed Argo AI is shutting down. So, man, Ford hasn't had a whole lot of luck. I know they took a bath on the Rivian deal, now with Argo AI. And Ford has their earnings. Are they after the bell today? Yes, I believe Ford. So Ford's earnings today, they had some news earlier with them exiting Russia. Ford and Mercedes-Benz have both completed their exits from Russia after suspending activities there last March in response to the country's invasion of Ukraine. Ford said Wednesday that it has sold its 49% stake in its joint venture with Solar PJSC, which it established in 2011 to produce and distribute Ford vehicles in Russia. The Dearborn, Michigan-based company said it still has an option to repurchase the shares within the next 5 years. Mercedes-Benz is also closing in on a sale of its Russian business to the local car dealer chain Avtodom. According to Harold Wilhelm, the German automaker's chief financial officer, Mr. Wilhelm said on an earnings call Wednesday that a final deal is being reviewed by authorities and isn't expected to affect the company's earnings. So there's that. Ford up slightly going into this earnings call, $12.85, up 0.12%. Non-refundable. Where are you at? I gotta wonder if you're out there how your calls are looking on Twitter. Twitter up at 5340. I know you got some 40 or 54, 50, and 55 calls, I think, or 54 and 55. So closing in on that. Maybe we see a big pop tomorrow with the sale expected to close on Friday. Epics. Let's talk Epics for a second. Hopefully Martin Apollo is nowhere to be found and he's out spending his hard-earned money today. He talked about Epics, if you guys were here earlier, around the 240 mark. Epics now trading at $4.61. Ran up and hit a high of $5.10. And up 170% on the day. Whew. Netflix, after running up to 305.63, a little bit of a pullback there, down now at 298.62. Senseonics holding about a 0.5% gain after running up to 127. I'm going to be watching this a little bit extensively over the next week and a half, 2 weeks, see if we get a pop into that earnings. Yeah, I was just catching that on my way in, Junk Savvy, some of the concerns around the diesel supply. Not being talked about, and I will say, it feels like we've gotten a little bit lucky so far with relatively mild temperatures for the most part worldwide, milder. I don't know if it's so much that we're getting mild temperatures or so much if it's such under a microscope that, not that energy is ever cheap and in great supply, but I think because of the demand issue, the supply issue, everything going on, I think we're probably putting it a little bit more under a microscope. And not to mention, we have to rationalize too. So I know I do it, and I'm sure a lot of you guys do it on a personal level. Utility bills are outrageous. So what do? You're a little bit you're a little bit more likely to not turn the heat on. Wear an extra sweatshirt like I am right now, something like that. Germ Corp, you have a fantastic day, my friend. Thank you, as always, for being here. It was so great to see you and Grant this morning, dropping all that good news for us. Really appreciate it. Have a safe, amazing hike out there, my friend, and hope to see you in the morning. Truly our pleasure, Germ Corp. VTRS, Viatris Myline recalls one lot of octreotide acetate injection due to glass particles. Whoa. What you think they call me, Mr. Glass? That doesn't sound, that sounds like a major mishap to get glass particles into your injection. Hopefully they caught it and nobody was too illy affected by that. Let's talk about metamaterials on the move. Metamaterials up at 104.7% gains on the day for metamaterials. Netflix trying to break through that 300 mark again. Snapchat slightly red on the day after running up over that $10 mark, now at $9.54 on SNAP. Baba continuing to show strength, 8% gains for Baba at $68.40. Yeah. It's my heat has two settings, Junk Savvy. My heat has when Nikki's in the building and when Nikki's not in the building. So when he's here, I splurge. I'm that type of dad. I'm willing to pay for the finer things in life, like heat, things like that. But when it's me, I double up, and I got that new puppy, so if anybody is suffering from, not having enough heat, I highly recommend getting a puppy. They help. All right, guys, 45 minutes left in this wacky, wild, weird Wednesday here at Outside the Charts. How you guys doing? How's everybody feeling? Everybody ready? You guys ready for Halloween? We ready to turn this mother out? Excuse me. Yeah, it's a funny looking chart too, Junk Savvy, because it looks like a lot of barcoding, but yet we see that upward momentum. LIDR holding above that 90-cent mark, 90.85. Weird to see that kind of push though, well under the daily average on volume for metamaterials. But holding above that dollar mark, 103 on just under 5 million trades. Costs, we were talking about costs the other day. Another one of the meme plays from back in the day. Up over 2% today, 690 on KOSS. Sober, SOBR, Sober Safe. We've been talking about that all week. Up 3% today at 403. General Motors, crypto for us all, 37.96. So GM up 2.5%. You might want to keep an eye on that. I know you were looking for a short position potentially down the line. And Weber's still running up, and I'm not understanding why. That's WEBR. All cash offer on the table for $6.25 a share. Now trading at $6.72. So interesting that it's holding above that buyout price. I can't wait to see pictures, Junk Savvy. Yeah, Sabrina, I'm rapidly approaching that. I'm rapidly approaching that with that puppy. And as a matter of fact, Nikki's mom's coming to grab him at about 3:30. So when I go to get him out to the car, especially because it's raining, I don't want his Xbox and stuff all getting wet. I will try to bring that puppy up here. I don't know if she'll fit in the camera. She is getting huge. But she's a little snuggle bug. She's a little snuggle bug. Got to get used to some of the pit bull traits that she has. Like, not in a bad way, just some of the things that she does. But she is absolutely amazing. She is Nikki's little best friend. Doesn't leave his side. And just the happiness, like, the happiness that dog gets when Nikki comes in the house, when I bring him home from school, things like that. Like, I wish I could get that happy about anything in life. Her little butt starts shaking. She can't contain herself. She's, it's cool. Anyways. Well, that's why I was saying crypto. That's why I brought it up, because in case it does, did you already take the position? If that's the case, then let's see it tank on those forward earnings. I wasn't sure if you already took it. That's the only reason I brought it up, because I was saying with forwards earnings coming out, if you were going to get into that position, now might be the time before maybe we see any kind of offshoot. Oh, she gets the zoomies. She gets, and you know what? I feel so out of the loop. I didn't even know what the zoomies were. Like, I thought it was just some slang. But oh my lord. Good job, Grumpy. Good job. Well, that's what we do sometimes, Grumpy. We keep you on your toes out there. That's all. That's all. But Sabrina, she absolutely, loses all control of her body when she has the zoomies. And she just jumps and, hurls her body. She's going to hurt herself. That's why I'm trying to fatten her up. She looks like a little fat gray pig. And I'm trying to get her all real nice and fat so she can't get the zoomies. I'll keep her healthy, but I want her portly. Perfect, perfect. Well done, Crypto. Well done. I thought you did, brother. I thought you did, but you got my back, so you know I gotta have yours, brother. That's all. And, hell yeah. And I like the timing on it. So now I remember. You got it for right after the dividend, December 8th-ish? Somewhere around there. I like it. I like it. All right. 39 minutes. Get it right. Get it tight. Look at AI up over that 91 cent mark. LIDR. Up at 91 and a half, 91 and a half cents. What is that Doge doing? Let me check. Doge up 13% over the last 24 hours. Up at 7.127 cents now on Doge. And I don't know, Caesar, do you think people are 12.2? Okay. I was off. I was off by 6 days. My apologies, Crypto. Yeah, but if I get her porky enough, Sabrina, she's not gonna be able to do the zoomies. I want her to just be like I want her to stay exactly the size that she is now, but just turn in. She looks like a little gray, fat, pot-belly pig. I love it. We'll see. She gets paid next month, and she starts obedience school next week. Oh, still gets it. Oh, well, you know what, Grumpy? It's good to know that your stuff is safe in the, in your Voyager wallet. That still just blows my mind, Grumpy, and I don't want to bring up a sore subject. I would ask a few more questions about it, because I'm not involved in it, but, like, that's like kicking you while you're down. Hopefully you guys will get some updates soon, and I'm not sure where that stands, but we got Bitcoin. So Bitcoin did break 21,000, huh? I missed that. Bitcoin hit that high of $21,023.89. Now down at 20,720 roughly. It's funny too, Junk Savvy, because my older dogs, they'll get their version of the zoomies now because of her. Sorry, Grumpy. The moose on the sign should have told you that your app was closed. Seriously sent me an email about maintenance on an app that I can't use. Yeah, that's a kick in the teeth, Grumpy. That's a kick in the teeth. Let's see if the market's got one last gasp in it. Looked like we were pushing to a little bit of upside. The Dow right around even. The S&P down 0.71%. NASDAQ down 1.9%. Saturday night, guys. We play poker in there. But we'll also, if anybody would like to join us, I guess we'll tell you this now. Nothing formal, but a little Halloween gathering. Now, I know you guys probably have a lot of plans this weekend, with it being a big Halloween weekend. But absolutely feel free to join us in the Discord. Dress up if that's your thing, or just come and enjoy some good conversation. We normally play some poker. Maybe we'll get some kind of other games going. Something fun, maybe board game type situation. But definitely, if you have the time, stop in and I get loose a little bit in there for Halloween. Caesar, my Voyager app keeps logging me out every couple of weeks in hopes that I will just give up on my $300. I think Gate.io did that to me, Caesar, but I think it worked.
I know I've got a couple hundred in Bitcoin on there, but you know, I don't know. Grumpy saying only 300. Oh, it's tough. And, you know, I guess there's a chance that you guys make out on this, like, just to look at it from all angles. Say when they finally do get it, straightened out, maybe some of the stuff that you're holding in there is worth more money. But then on that same sense, Grumpy and Caesar, how quick do we see a sell-off? And I get, you know, it's not going to be, you know, millions of Bitcoins or anything like that. But I got to think a lot of people, if I was in that situation, as soon as my money's free, I'm calling JG Wentworth. I want it now. I would be selling out of my positions, probably regardless of where they are. Again, that's just me. And then is there going to be any kind of compensation, anything like that? Or is it just, hey, you should have read the fine print type deal? AMTD, if you guys remember that one, seeing over 5% gains. I think a lot of people still waiting on that HKD pop. And, you know, if we learned one lesson out of the HKD, AMTD thing is to not trust really any information that comes out that way. You know, I'm not in AMTD, but following it, and you know, they were supposed to inject that 500 million. They owned a 72 or 78% stake in HKD, and now we're seeing them with under a $500 million market cap. So I'm not saying that misinformation was put out on them or anything like that, but I think they seen an opportunity. They had people hook, line, and sinker. As soon as kind of what they were doing with HKD got exposed, I think they seen a golden opportunity to siphon money. You know, I don't think that stock had any intention. I don't think the ties. I don't think the ownership was being reported properly. I don't think the assets were being reported properly of what AMTD, you know, possibly holds. But it's up at 110 right now, up almost 6% in the day. Mullen up at 51.89 cents. Tesla still holding green, 1.5%, 225.60 on Tesla. Energy, lots of green across energy. Hess up 5%. Hess had their earnings this morning, I believe. Hess Corp up 5%, 142.70. ConocoPhillips up 2%. Devon Energy Corp up 2%. Occidental Petroleum 2%. Phillips 66 2%. Marathon Petro 1.7%. Chevron up 1.3%. ExxonMobil 1.3%. Pioneer Natural Gas at 0.5% gain. And Valero Energy topping it off, up just about 0.03%. Well, I think there was a lot of people that got duped by that, Junk Savvy, and I don't mean duped in the sense of just making a poor decision. I think if you looked at the data that was being put out, if you looked at the timetables, it was easy to be lured in. But I would say that we learned a valuable lesson, and I think that, you know, we have to take, when dealing with any, I would go as far as to say any international stocks. I won't pinpoint just China, but that's a big talk, and we've been hearing the talking heads talk about this lately in the sense of they were using some stocks that trade on both exchanges, the Hong Kong Exchange and the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange, and the different price action, and how maybe over here it's being manipulated to siphon money, over there it's being manipulated more in the investor's advantage. I don't know how much weight it holds, but sounds legit. Look at LIDR, 92.65 cents now, 3% gains. Keep going. Like seeing that green. And another little push upwards by the market here. NASDAQ down 1.8%. S&P now down 0.66. The Dow broke into the green. Up just about 1/20%. What else? Funware, PHUN. That's up about 2%. Disappointing month or two for Funware. I expected, and maybe we don't see this until after the election, but I was really expecting them to kick into high gear in the sense of campaigning, things like that. That was kind of what brought them to the forefront, being a part of Donald Trump's campaign. But we haven't, we seen him sign that big deal. What was it, back in February? Basically pretty much with the Republican Party. But we haven't seen any real price action. Oh, nice, CBS. Tweeted an article a few days ago about NASDAQ was halting Chinese IPOs due to these issues. Yeah, I think that it's a tough situation for them because they're never going to come out and say that anything was manipulated or anything like that. When it comes to the SEC, when it comes to things like that, it's never, and maybe it's for good reasons. I'm not saying it's just them covering anything up, but I don't think that they would unveil any kind of international threat, whatever, whether it's economically, terror, anything like that. I don't think that they would reveal that to us. Yeah, we're seeing that now, but when you look back in hindsight, CVS Frog, like I said, if anybody did get stuck in it, I feel for you, because it wasn't the tough thing with that with CVS Frog was it was almost like the more DD you did, the worse shape you ended up in, because all that in just the numbers alone. When you looked at HKD, and HKD ran up to couple hundred billion in market cap, and then you have AMTD owning 78% of it or whatever. So just on that kind of math, you looked at it like, wow, this can't lose. We might, Junk Savvy, and I guess results will matter. If they're able to kind of pin that on them, as we helped whatever candidates get elected because our system streamlined campaigning, or whatever the case may be. And I'm sure they can't. I'm sure that they can't disclose a lot of that. And then there's always the elephant in the room with fun. A lot of people are surprised, and I have to say, I don't normally give a political opinion, but I will say that I'm a little bit surprised that Trump didn't announce anything before the midterms, only because I think he's very egotistical, very self-centered. So I think people like that, in the same way that somebody like Kanye can make everything about himself. Just surprised. Well, that's the thing. That's the elephant in the room, is if Trump does declare that he's running, even without any kind of announcement from Funware, I think there would just be I think people would just assume. And again, I got to give I got to give Fun CEO credit. Back, was at the end of last year or early this year when DWAC first ran and Fun ran alongside of it. You know, he could have took the Weasley way out. He could have just let people kind of think, but he came out and he said, you know, there's no direct connection. We did handle the previous campaign. And they kind of put out other news. And again, that other news wasn't as good, but I commend the way that he handled it. Sure, he was trying to strike while the iron was hot. But when I look at Funware and I look at Remark Holdings, two kind of companies that got placed in the same situation, I think Funware's management handled it much better. And I think at the time, they were trying to separate themselves. They seen that they got the initial push, but I think they also knew that having that connection to DWAC could be good 50% of the time, but could be a 50% against you. So I think that's another reason why they tried to kind of break free and establish themselves as their own company. And the funny thing is, before any of that DWAC even came up, our good friend Odifro, he had been trading Funware up and down for months, under the dollar mark. Odie had that on his radar, you know, way before any of the DWAC news came out, anything like that. So I know him himself, I'm pretty sure he did. But I know other people, because of him, were able to at least have an awareness of Funware before. And maybe some people got in on it early. And I know I made a boatload on that run up and got stuck. Basically, I still have 100 shares that were all more than free, but on paper, they're down tremendously. Now, I had bought 300 originally, sold 200 at the top, so. Mobileye Global pushing new daily highs here, 2960. So Mobileye Global, that was the Intel, I'm not sure, subsidiary, I guess would be the maybe the right name of Intel. So Intel owned self-driving technology company Mobileye made its trading debut today. So it went off at 21, up at 29.62 now, 41% gains. Yeah, I that's all I have is 100, and like I said, if you look at just the cost, it would show that I'm down tremendously, but didn't quite play out that way. And TSHA, hopefully, any of you guys that got in on that earlier in the week were able to get in, get a profit, and possibly get out. That is down 26.5% today. TSHA. "21 minutes, guys. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Come on in here, Nicky boy. Come on in and say hi before you go. I know mommy's here.
She's here.
Okay, come say hi to the people.
What do I say?
Say hi.
Hi.
Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick 2 minutes just to go get him out to his mom. And I will be right back with you guys. Oh, Bonzo. Here's a Bonzo. Bonzo. Oh.
You're mine, puppy.
All right, it is a family affair in here.
No, don't attack the thing.
All right, give me 1 quick second, guys. Sorry about that. I will be right back with you in just 2 minutes. Alright, guys. Sorry about that. Dog is wild. Alright, still pushing up a little bit here before the close. The Dow now up almost 1/4%. The S&P down just about 0.5%. NASDAQ down 1.8%. And where is this green coming from? Elon changes Twitter description to read Chief Twit. I mean, what was his other name when it came to Tesla? Master of Coins or Techno God, is that what it was? And then the CFO was the Master of Coin or something like that. So 2 days. I didn't see any new news today on the closing on Friday. I'm assuming it's still set to happen. Let me see if we got any kind of new news. Oh, Twitter employees have demands for Elon Musk. They don't want to be pawns in a game played by billionaires. Employees of a leading social media platform are asking for guarantees ahead of a highly anticipated acquisition by the world's richest man. Yeah. CEO Elon Musk saying funding is secured and a buyout of Twitter planned for this week. Some employees at the social media company are speaking out. Comments from Twitter employees came as reports surfaced that Musk could cut the company's workforce by 75%. The plan called for Twitter's workforce to go from 7,500 employees to 2,000. A drafted letter by Twitter's employees was seen by Time, who shared details of what the employees were asking for. A threat of this magnitude is reckless, undermines our users' and customers' trust in our platform. Yeah, because your users have a lot of trust in your platform going on. It's a transparent act of worker intimidation. It's saying that you're overstaffed and you're not profitable company. You've been around. You've never made a profit. I think it's legible to say, well, 75% of you guys are probably useless. The letter set a plan to lay off 75% of workers could hurt Twitter's ability to serve the public conversation. Well, that's your problem right there, Twitter. You don't need to serve the public conversation. Unbelievable. He just tweeted a video of him entering Twitter. Good. I hope he walks in there and I hope he fires every employee that's been stealing a paycheck. Because, hey, do we need people to suppress stories before elections? No, we don't. Do we need people to decide that people who are much more educated and have degrees to back them up, that they don't like their opinion so they can just censor them on Twitter? No, we don't need them. So you can eliminate probably 3,000 right off the jump there. I love it. I love it. Hopefully, I love the meme. If anybody's seen the meme, it came out when he first did it. But it's a meme from Entourage where it's got Elon's face on Jeremy Piven's body when he bought out the I forget the name of the company in the show, but he bought it out and he went in there with a paintball gun, started shooting everybody with a paintball gun. It's ridiculous. And, you know, we're seeing this across the board. And do I feel bad that people are losing their jobs? Yes, I do. I do feel bad. But Mullen going nuts. Where's my man Apollo at? I don't feel like Rocky if I ain't got Apollo with me, Caesar. Where's he at? 54.2 cents now on Mullen. 6.5% gains. And Martin will tell you, this thing is primed for some after-hours movement. Twitter's ability to serve the public conversation. That will, that little phrase right there in quotations will stick with me. Ability to serve the public conversation. Who the hell are you to serve the public conversation? Think about what you're saying. Public conversation. Serenity now, serenity now. Mullen up over 54 cents, 54.49 cents on Mullen. Big spike here before the close. We got 11 minutes left, guys. Let's finish strong. Good point. CVS says it'll be just like in TV show Succession, where Kendall fired everyone working for a media company the family bought. Art imitates life. Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. And there's always that question, CVS. It's like, I'm not going to use it because I know it's not the right term, Caesar C. I'm going to need the thesaurus to when you subconsciously, whether it's through a group of people or an individual person, make something happen, because it's there's a lot of people out there, CVS Frog, that think that's what science fiction movies are, things like that, things to condition us so that when there is some kind of awakening with another life form, that we're prepared, right? I'm not saying it's true, I'm not saying it's not true, I don't know. And the NASDAQ dipping back down over that 2% mark, down 2.02%. Oh, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, Junk Savvy. It's and don't get me wrong, I'm all for employee rights and things like that, but if you've got a degree in whatever, and you're working at Twitter, being judge, jury, and executioner, well, sorry about it. I don't want to see good people lose their jobs, but it could happen. We're seeing it in every sector. ESPN sells majority stake in X Games to private equity firm. Well, I think it could go both ways. I don't think you were wrong, CVS. That's why I said, does art imitate life, in the sense of does art predict life, or is it life imitating art? Are we art? What is art? Is art art? All right, 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes. And the market not knowing what it wants to do. Meta, the big earnings tonight. Let's see, what else do we have? And Mullen is just ripping. Up over 55 cents now on Mullen. Excuse me. Well, and we're seeing that everywhere, Junk Savvy. I want to say it was in San Francisco, but somewhere on the left coast, where a company was recently forced to give their company to the employees. Give the company to employees. I said that right. I'll link the article in Discord. But yes, you heard it right. Turn over ownership to employees because they felt like they didn't have enough equity in their job. All right, so Meta, Ford, Teladoc, ServiceNow. What else we got tonight? KLA. Then tomorrow morning we got Shopify, McDonald's, Southwest, MasterCard, Merck, Comcast, Altria, Cameco, and then following tomorrow night, we got Amazon, Intel, Pinterest, T-Mobile, Gilead, and that leads us right into Friday morning with ExxonMobil. And it was Exxon, Junk Savvy, that you said struck more oil? Real convenient. Okay, so here's 3 headwinds to take a look at going into Meta's earnings. So we're keeping an eye on TikTok's challenge to Instagram, Apple's ad rules that are cutting into Facebook's ad revenue, and then the what a lot of people are saying is the what's a nice way to say this? Poor investment into the metaverse. We talked a lot about that earlier. Maybe it will reward them in the long run, but I like what this guy just dubbed it as. Investment into the metaverse is a black hole, is what he said. Boeing, another one to look at, guys. And I'm only saying this because few of the experts that I really value their opinion, they're liking to turn around on Boeing. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. Boeing down about 8%. I will never invest in Boeing. That's just, there's a few companies that I wouldn't invest in for all the weed in Compton. That's one of them. Pfizer, of course, is another one. But if the mood should so strike, you may want to do a little DD on Boeing if you're looking for a long-term recovery play. You know, I was just going to say that, Birdie. I honestly was, because I do have, I was waiting for you to come in. I didn't want to say it without you in here because I have it up. I told you I follow them. I don't get to watch any of the games, but I always have, like, the updated box score, Birdie. So it's basically just a ticker. But I had it up on my phone. I was waiting for your reaction when I seen that. And again, you're in that situation, Birdie, where you don't want to root against your team, but at the same time, what's best for the team in the long run may be not being good now. I know that stinks, but it's like you almost have to, trust me, Birdie. Being a Raider fan, I've been in that situation half my life. Snapchat trying to go green here at the end of the day. Under 4 minutes left, guys, and let's see. We're going to follow Meta into these earnings. So Meta down 6% already today. Back under that 130 mark, 129.66. We'll see how that reacts. And then again, Ford. Let's see. Ford was right around even. Up 0.08%. 12.84 on Ford. Meta Materials looks like it's going to hold above that dollar mark, 102. Bed Bath & Beyond fighting at the $5 mark to try to hold that. We got Neo up at 1083, continuing that little bit of a recovery. LIDR making a little late push, 93.77 cents on LIDAR. How about that Rumble? RUM up over the $10 mark, 19% gains there on Rumble today at 1013. 3 minutes, baby. Let's go. Got to get them good draft picks by flopping. Non-refundable. I called you out earlier. Twitter doing what it does. Twitter up at 53.39. So I think you still got hope. Non-refundable. Hopefully I got some information for you by poker time tonight. And we'll try to figure out what's going to happen with those calls. I just don't want to let, even if it comes down to a situation, non-refundable, where you may have to sell at a slight loss, I just don't want to see you lose the call altogether or lose the contract. And I guess I'm a little paranoid by what I read earlier that calls outside of the money. And it was a very general statement, so I don't want to say this is what's going to happen, but I am going to look into that for you. Okay, Birdie grabbed 100 more ape at 212. That makes Birdie feel a little bit better. Well, Birdie, if you're feeling good, I'm feeling good. I don't think you're there yet, though, and I'll tell you why. Non-refundable. Take a look at Weber. Look at what's going on with that. Now, not comparing Weber grills and Twitter, but we've seen Weber trading over that 625 mark, okay? And it's only by 50 cents, but that's exactly what you need, non-refundable. If we can get Twitter up to the $55 mark, you may not profit off of them, but we may be able to get out of them and play some damage control. So I'm hopeful because of Weber. And again, WEBR, they have a buyout on the table at $6.25 a share. The stock's trading at $6.70 right now. So a little bit of hope there. Obviously, calls and shares are different. But let's see. And with Elon tweeting and stuff tonight, you never know, non-refundable. Elon might tweet some real good stuff tonight. We might wake up to $56 Twitter, $57 Twitter. You never know. All right, and there is the bell, guys. We did it. Another day in the books. Once again, cannot thank you guys enough. The market closed with the S&P down almost 0.75%. The Nasdaq up down. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read two comments at once. The Nasdaq closed down 2.04%, with the Dow closing just on the other side of even, up 0.01%. Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, Birdie. So non-refundable has a couple of them. I just don't want to, when you look further out. Yeah, that is crazy. That's crazy that the $54 ones are only $15 right now. And then even when, it's very strange, Birdie, because when you look, even if you look out to November 11th, there's no premium on these calls. So you can get a $54 one for November 11th, and it's only $18. But what I read earlier, Birdie, just off of Investopedia in a general consensus is, and it didn't say how far out the expirations, but it basically said if a company goes private, if a company goes from public to private, and the buyout price is above, or the buyout price is below the strike price, your calls will be worthless. So, I mean, that explains the big disparity from $54 calls to $53 calls. But again, people make money on long shots, and I think there's still a chance. I just think it's a tough spot because, a $54 call it's almost in the money, shouldn't be valued as low as it is. Especially when you look at the expiration date. So you got the same price on ones that expire on Friday as you do on ones that expire in 2 weeks. Well, that's the hope that I'm holding on for with non-refundable, Birdie. Tomorrow could be a big day, and we don't have an exact time frame. We think the deal could be done by Friday. What does that actually mean? That's what I'm here for, non-refundable. I wish I just had an answer off the top of my head for you, brother. But we come across situations. I'm still fairly new to the game. I'm not a 30-year trader. I'm not a Germ Corp. I'm not a Tennis's Physical. So there are going to be situations that are unknown to me. And I can't promise you that I'm going to have the answer, but I can promise you that I'll bust my ass looking for the answer for you. And, that's all I could do, non-refundable. I got you, brother. All right, guys. Poker tonight in the Discord. If anybody's interested, we'll be in there hanging out. But yeah, I'm going to go do all kinds of fun, exciting stuff, guys. Let me tell you what I got to do this afternoon. It is going to blow your mind. I got laundry. I've got dishes. Did some of the grocery shopping yesterday. Might wrap it up today. So there may be a little bit of light grocery shopping in there. Maybe do some vacuuming, stuff like that. So it's going to be a wacky, wild Wednesday from here on out as well, guys.
So, MIA, how are you?
Mr. Birdie Hunter.
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, well, I was just making sure that we understand each other well on this Twitter deal. I had an interesting conversation yesterday in the other trading room.
Okay.
And Randy pointed this situation out clearly.
Okay.
What they expect, and I agree with them, what they expect is going to happen is that the deal will be settled. I think we all believe that Elon will buy Twitter for this 44 billion.
Yeah.
What next is that the value will go down because the deal is settled at 54, and yeah, of course, then the price will drop. But then there's a vacuum. What will happen next? Now that Elon owns Twitter, if there's no announcement that he will take it off the exchange, there will be a possibility of FOMO, because what will Elon do? Will he do a complete remake of Twitter? And as soon as the word comes out of layoffs, then people know what's going to happen, and then you can really get a FOMO. So it will drop first because people are afraid that it will be taken off the exchanges, and 54 is the max, and it can be taken off the exchange. So yeah, that's it. And you get if you're in holding shares, then you get your 54 per share. But if there's no clarity on if it's going off exchange, then you'll get a FOMO, because Twitter can actually be a better company with Elon being in charge. And then you get a FOMO, and then it can go over that 54. So if you are playing those options and take this gamble, the only way to do it is give yourself more time than a week or 2 weeks.
Okay.
So go for a bit more out. And if you look at the option chain, mid-December, it's 4 to 5 cents bid ask. And maybe that's worth the gamble. It is an absolute gamble because no one knows. So,
all right. So rookie question for you, Birdie. If it doesn't go private, then how does Elon own it?
Because he owns the majority of the shares, and he's in control. 51% of the shares, and then you are the owner. Because, for instance, the Saudi Arabian guy, the prince, he owns 4% of Twitter, and he's aiming to keep controlling that 4%.
Yeah, and Elon said that, if you remember, when he said, and that's what threw me off on all this. And again, I'm man enough to admit that this is a new experience for me as far as watching a company. We've watched plenty of companies go public, but myself, I haven't really followed a lot of companies going from public to private. So I definitely appreciate your help, Randy, everybody's input on this.
I don't believe he will take it off exchange.
Well, he threatened that with Tesla before, if you remember, when he came out and said he had the funding, and I just don't know.
To settle this deal. So if he takes it private, how is he gonna repay all those friends of his that borrow money now?
True. And if he really wants to make a pivot, like if he really wants to change Twitter, I think he needs investors behind him. Like not just monetarily, but you need people on board with making that overhaul. I mean, listen, if you want to get rid of any company, I don't care if it's a convenience store or, Apple. If you want to get in and you want to lay off 5,500 people out of 7,500, you better have some backing. You better have, some people that really understand it. And I don't think that that's far-fetched. I don't, I'm not saying everybody that works at Twitter is useless or anything like that, but I think that Twitter could probably run just as efficiently. And those words, Birdie, just pissed me off hearing, we can't, whatever they said. I already forgot it because it's so horrible. We can't dictate the conversation or whatever they said. Well, your job isn't to dictate the conversation. You got to play games for a few years. You got to think that you're better than people. You got to virtue signal through your job. You got to cancel people you didn't like. Well, the jig's up. Sorry. That's just the way I see it.
But I think the reason why Elon Musk was interested in Twitter for the first place is that he wasn't happy about how the company was run. And then he entered the board. He got a position in the board, but his influence was still limited. And then he got upset. And he's an interesting guy because you know my opinion about Elon Musk. I don't know his intentions on the long run. Is he part of the big plan or not? Or is he a rebellion or not? He plays the perfect role. And therefore I mistrust anything these days. But I cannot say that I fully trust the intentions of Elon Musk to be in favor of the people, or of the general public. But as far as he played Twitter, in the beginning, this is basically why I opened an account on Twitter. I want to see that change. I want bots to be deleted off Twitter. And if this Elon Musk guy is the one who cleans up Twitter, I think the value of the company will grow. And there's no reason to pull it off the exchange.
I'm with you on that, but
and he wants to see his investment grow.
So what Crypto for Us All is saying, if he reinstates Trump's accounts, do conservatives pour back in? I think that's a double-edged sword if he's to do that. And maybe it was yesterday. It might have even been off the air. We were talking about it. I don't know if that, I think if it's done in isolated, I think it's a bad move because maybe you bring conservatives back in, but now you push liberals out. But now, again, and I don't know, I'm sure that there's people on the left that have been banned. Not everybody on the left conforms to what they think. So I'm sure that there's been some people like that. I think if he was to reinstate a group of people, or everybody, minus anyone that's made terrorist threats, things like that, real serious things, I think that would be better. But I think if he just solely just reinstated Trump, I think it's a bad look for Elon. I think it's just more divisiveness. And again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just saying I think that that's a polarizing issue that some people would cheer, but I think it would turn off just as much people that it would be counterproductive.
What would you do if you invest $44 billion to buy a social media company? Would you go and play a card of detail, or would you go bigger scale?
Oh, that's a tough question, Bertie.
Well, let me help you answer. I would not even think about individual persons being allowed back on or not. Or I would just make a statement. This is the channel of free speech, and anyone is welcome.
So more of a policy change than an individual person.
Yeah,
gotcha. Yeah, I think that's the best route. And I think we're saying the same thing. I just said it more in a roundabout way, where it would be more.
Yeah, but it's not Trump or it's not Obama. It's nothing to do with that. It's just a statement of free speech. And if he is serious and I think he is. I mean, the man is going to put down 44 billion on the table, and that's a statement.
Okay, but
And
now
if he
what if the
does
next
that way,
statement
then it's
is
nice.
what if the next statement is he wants to get rid of the bots by making sure that every user is verified?
Yeah, that's a fair statement as well. Why not?
Do you see a potential end game that doesn't end up good though, going down that route?
Um, there's free speech and there's free choice. And if you want to make a statement on the social media for everyone to read, you might as well be the hero to put your name behind that statement.
Okay, I can get behind that. I can, like I said, I have underlying fears, and maybe it's the conspiracy theorist in me. Um,
Yeah, but you can also decide not to join Twitter or withdraw if you don't feel comfortable about their privacy rules.
you can, but what if say Twitter? What if the currency of Twitter doesn't turn out to be Doge? What if the currency of Twitter turns out to be our Fed dollar under a different name? And hey, if you want to get your money, you got to go through Twitter, the same way that you got to go through WeChat in China. You want to get your money, you want social. I mean, credit scores are out the window. It's your social credit score that's going to matter. So you better say nice things.
Just keep in mind that 3 months ago, before that, I wasn't even considering joining Twitter. And I think half of the world is still not even interested in what's going on in Twitter. So I don't believe that Twitter will be of any impact or will play any role in this to build social credit system. I think other things, other parts in life will play a far bigger role in that. Your energy bill, the way you behave in a grocery store, and what you pay by using your PIN. It's all connected to a bank account, and that's what they are interested in. And I don't see any social media. I mean, do you use WhatsApp?
Yeah, I use it once in a while.
Okay, a lot of people in the United States don't even know what WhatsApp is. Yet there's 2 billion people all over the world using WhatsApp, and the other 6 or maybe 5 billion people don't use WhatsApp, don't even know of the existence of it. How many followers? How many people have an account at Twitter? Proper account, not even the bots. I think it's overvalued. Facebook is a different story, where people basically put on their whole life the new couch they bought with a picture of the painting behind it. That's not very clever to do, and I hope a lot of people will open their eyes and stop doing that. But yeah, that's a different story. Twitter is different. And I don't think you can easily connect that to the WEF plans.
Facebook's down 9% here in the after hours on their earnings. Not good.
Yeah.
Down to 118.43.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me.
Yeah, they missed. Let's see. Missed on earnings per share, $1.64 actual versus 189 estimate. How about that Boeing miss? What did I see a misprint? They were expecting a 3-cent positive and got almost a $7 negative earnings per share.
I did miss that completely.
Yeah, pretty
And to be
crazy.
honest, I'm not really focused on Boeing. I love to fly in Boeings, but I don't know. Yeah, the part they play in the war industry, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's misinterpreted. People talk Boeing and they think, oh yes, that's what I'm flying when I'm going to Disney World. I like Boeing. Yeah.
Yeah.
See what else they do.
I don't know enough about it. I do know that they had a huge miss with that jet that they produced and that couldn't fly for years, and that cost them tremendously, and yet they're still there.
Well, that's what the taxpayers are for, Bertie. When
Yeah.
when a company fails, we come to bail them out. But if my company fails, Bertie, you think I'm getting a bailout? They're gonna laugh at me and say, by the way, you still owe us those taxes there, kiddo.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
But it's gonna
But
be
hey,
interesting. I'm not all doom and gloom with Elon. You know me, Bertie. I like to see all sides, and I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that I think most people just want the same stuff. Most people, I think that cancel culture is wearing off. I think people are realizing that we can tune them off. Like it's sure there's still a section out there that wants to have the power to dictate the narrative, to dictate the conversation. That's all I want to see. I want to see people be able to talk on there. I want to see people not to have their voice. I want to see people with PhD or doctor next to their name have a right to speak out about certain things. I think we need to get back to the days of putting enough trust in humanity of not these people are too dumb for their own good. No, we're not. We know how to research. We know how to take people for what they are. And another positive, Bertie, that I think would come from everybody being verified. Now all of a sudden, people on their high horses that got Twitter check marks, it's meaningless. Because too often it's like, oh, this guy's got a check mark next to his name. He must know what he's talking about. And it's like, no, he doesn't.
no, but keep in mind, MIA, that if you as a person or anyone else, just name him Joe, if he puts out something really bad on Twitter, using an anonymous account because his real name isn't Joe, but his real name is Al. Police will find out who he is anyway. Nowadays, already.
True.
So, what does it differ if you have an email account or a telephone number on Twitter? It's an open platform. That's something completely different than the other conversation earlier this week when we were discussing private conversation using Trema. That's something different. But if you are making a statement on a subject on Twitter, for instance, politics, people already know who is behind that name on Twitter.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess it makes Twitter a little bit more, hopefully not like Reddit, hopefully not just anonymous people. Because obviously people say
go through all those comments.
Yeah, so I think they'll be good. Oh, Junk said, okay, so they had to charge off a bunch of government contracts. Yeah, of course, jet demand is definitely strong. How else is Ukraine gonna win? We gotta start pumping out manufacturing. So good to see Boeing will recover and be responsible for countless deaths. I support them.
Don't be sour. I mean, I don't trust Elon, and I've not made any. I didn't throw blue smoke curtains on that. I don't trust the combination of companies that he's running. He has so much government support. He has had so much government support to get Teslas on the road in the first place, and now all of a sudden it's profitable. But Starlinks, what role does that play? And then the medical parts, the chip
Neuralink.
Oh man, it all adds up in a big plan. But then a couple of weeks ago, Elon Musk said, well, maybe it's time to talk about peace. And then I think, well, yeah, maybe you are right. A guy of that influence, yeah, it is about time to start talking instead of shooting.
Yeah.
So yeah, then he plays his role either perfectly or he's just a guy on his own. And I don't know. I still don't know.
I mean, if he can help deliver any kind of peace in this situation, I would love to see it.
I think he can. Yeah. and why not? There must be hope.
Yeah,
One can
I
hope.
agree. And a lot of people think there's no peaceful resolution for this, and obviously I don't know what goes through the mind of Putin, Zelensky, or anybody else negotiating or lack of negotiating, but at some point, I mean, enough has to be enough, and maybe, it's easy to say that because we've been, kind of covering it, and obviously I've watched this conflict a little bit more closely than others in the past, kind of because of the economic effects and things like that, but the humanitarian effect as well. And I think it can't carry on. But then I look at it, it's like, well, Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years, so it's not unprecedented that an occupation can drag on, and as long as it remains profitable to all parties involved, except for the citizens that are, being used, it'll continue to do that. And in the same way that Ukraine's profiting, Russia's profiting. They put on this narrative of Russia's suffering, and no, they're not.
But I can see peace talks starting before Christmas.
I would love to see it. I would love to see it. And
I can see
hopefully
that.
we'll be pleasantly surprised. Hopefully
Yeah.
something's got to give. And you know what? Even if it's an artificial, even if it's a not real peace, even if there's some concessions taken on both sides, that's what the world needs. The world needs something right now. Something. We've had nothing but shit for the last 3 years. Nothing but just bad news, fear, doom and gloom. If you know what I mean, if COVID isn't gonna kill you, the climate's gonna kill you. If that's not gonna kill you, if you use oil, that'll kill you. So everything is just fear. We need something to happen to just the world be able to say, okay, look, things are
I
bad,
think
but we've been through worse, and it's time to turn this mess around.
it's time that MIA is less imposed to mainstream media.
Yes, yes.
Nothing's gonna kill you. Just keep your smile on. Yeah, no. There's always hope, MIA.
There is, and it's Meta's dropping bad. Meta's down over 10% now.
Yeah. Yeah, but I didn't buy that put for the IAX yesterday, and I knew Meta was going to be bad performing because you can see the ad revenues in all media going down. Of course, because we are in a recession. So yeah, people have less money to spend, less ads. Although, for instance, Adidas, the competitor of Nike, they said, well, our inventory is piling up, and we need to spend more money on marketing to get rid of that inventory. That makes sense, but I doubt if they can do that by using marketing tools. The only marketing tool I can see for them to get rid of this inventory is lower the prices to that level that people will buy it. And you don't have to put it in a commercial on television. Just get the word out through a WhatsApp group, and people will come to your store. And that's the only solution there is. And Nike has the same problem. And all producers will have the same problem. And therefore, ad revenues on YouTube, Meta, Facebook, they will go down. And this will continue until, the inflation drops and people have money to spend in their pockets.
Yeah, and at least they're admitting that, like, when we seen the ad revenue drop last quarter in earnings, again, using mainstream media, they targeted the specific ad revenue. They targeted, okay, Snapchat isn't doing something right. Okay, Meta, you must be doing something right. People aren't. But now they're addressing it like you just said. Now they're addressing it like, oh, of course ad revenue is going to be down. It's the first thing to cut in a recession. And it's like, wait a minute. You guys have been telling us for 6 months we're not in a recession.
Yeah, well, when did we say we were in a recession? January, February?
Yeah.
And then we said, okay, just wait for the Dow to drop last. First tech is hit, then the Dow, because the industry always has orders well in advance. And as soon as those orders dry up, and we are basically facing that now, including high energy prices that are still going up. Okay, gas is down today, I know, but energy prices are still going up, and factories are closing in Europe, and that must be the same in Asia. It's the same thing. In China, they started, and now it's Europe, and USA will be really closely following that. So the Dow and the industrial sector is hit last because of the order flow and how it goes, the order flow.
That makes sense.
And retail is the first one to notice that people have less spending money.
Makes sense.
And it all makes sense. And I was expecting this earnings quarter, the third quarter of the year, already to show some downfall in earnings. But hey, what I was talking about, I think it was on the other Discord. Tomorrow morning we are expecting Shell earnings, and it is before the opening in Europe, and people can really take benefit of Shell being the first energy giant to open the books, because the big American companies will follow on Friday. But what I expect is that Shell, of course, will have huge profits, but they won't show it tomorrow. They just roll some of the profits to next year, and they roll back. They post some more costs for the future in today's earnings, because the upset of the public about their gigantic earnings in Q2, the people were so upset. So I don't think they are going to make the same mistake. And you can easily roll some profits forward and roll some expenses backwards in your books, because the PricewaterhouseCoopers and the big accountants are easy players for them.
Do you know offhand, Bertie, how a company like Exxon or Chevron would play into the U.S. GDP?
Of course they can, because did you notice what Joe Biden did with the strategic oil reserve?
Well, selling that off has to look great on GDP, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm not for sure. I'm not familiar with the contracts. If it's government contracts selling to the refineries or the energy companies, and then will it go to the treasury, or where that money goes? I just don't know. So I couldn't make any sensible statement.
Because I was just looking at it as that would be the only way Chevron and Exxon would be able to post those profits, is if we come out, post a good GDP number on the back of energy both being lowered over here and our exports being up, because everything else has to be down. What are we exporting right now with the dollar? We've seen it come down a little bit today, but the dollar's still showing tremendous strength, which that's where it throws me off on the numbers of, obviously people aren't buying stuff.
Your biggest export product in the last half a year was the dollar.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that's basically it. It's so expensive, and everyone outside of the US wants it. So what do? You sell some. It makes sense to me.
Well, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, no, but that's what they do, and they call it a swap.
Good old-fashioned swaps. Those never got us in any trouble.
No, but this is really back to a 5 or 10-year-old common sense. I mean, but what do you sell if everything else is expensive? And you sell the product that the people want.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and you can play with that, and that's the problem. I don't trust the numbers anymore. That's the problem. I mean, we know that inflation was up maybe 15 or 20% in the first quarter, and yet they reported 8.
Yeah.
So what do we trust? Just trust your own feeling, and yeah,
Yeah,
use your
trust what you see. Trust what you see
Yeah.
around you. Crypto
Yeah.
for us all, real quick. Ford down 1.5%. Let's see if GM hits. They posted a loss in the quarter in China, attributed to investments in EVs. Let me see the. Oops, sorry. Let me see if I can get the earnings per share of 30 cents a share in line. Automotive revenue of 37.2 billion beats by 90 million, so they beat on revenue. Raised its goal for the full year adjusted free cash flow to between 9.5 billion and 10 billion, up from 5.5 to 6.5 billion on strength in the company's automotive operations, including restructured businesses in regions outside of North America. And they also declared a 15-cent dividend on Ford. But down almost 2% on that news. So, again, these are just headlines that I'm seeing. Crypto, I haven't dug into them. And like I've told you before, headlines on Webull are sales ads.
Yeah, but I was going towards the reason why I didn't buy that put, and that's because of the energy companies reporting the coming days. And we start with Shell tomorrow morning, and they have a 15+% influence on the index. So, yeah.
Oh, here's an interesting thing about Meta, Birdie. They limited their investments in the metaverse to $5 billion a year. It didn't say how long. That could be big because I was talking about that earlier. If someone's gonna have the chance to reel Zuckerberg in. Why did that just stop there? Sorry about that. I don't know what just happened to my chart.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I don't do anything with the metaverse myself. I don't even use Facebook.
no, I think it's I think it's kind of a not a failed experiment, but I think it's
That's something that will have a chance when the economy is rolling and everyone has money in their pockets and they don't know what to do with it. And then you go to a metaverse. But now you go to a shop and make sure that you have something to eat.
yeah. Yep. Well, it should be a fun day tomorrow. Should be a fun day tomorrow with GDP. You guys have interest rate hike over there. We have GDP. We have that. We've got a few earnings in the morning, and then setting up for tomorrow. Amazon and Apple. I'm interested in that. Obviously, biggest company in the world, up there with maybe Saudi Aramco might be bigger. I'm not exactly sure, but as far as our stock exchange, the biggest company, I think they encompass a lot of what these companies have, because I think you have, like a company like Google, you don't have to worry about production being down. Company like Meta, you don't have to worry about supply chain issues. So you got Apple that has a lot of stake in the game as far as ad revenue as well through iOS and other things like that. But they also have to address the China situation. I would expect them to address their move to iPhone production in India, which may have a positive effect. I don't know what the bottom line. I don't know what kind of. I would think India has to be offering them some kind of incentives to come over there. I'm not 100% sure. Me and you talked about it when they first announced that move. Was that a defensive move, or was that a kind of a move to start exposing something else? We have a chance to grow faster under maybe a less restrictive government in India. And again, I'm not familiar with India's governing. I know restrictions are a lot looser there, so maybe that could play into effect. What do you think that this is a one-off, or do you think that we're going to see other tech companies kind of shift to India?
This has some more to do with the reappointment of President Xi Jinping of China for the next 5 years. And in his new government, he got rid of all the politicians that were pro-reforming the China economy over the last 20 years. So what you see is a pullback from the world market by the Chinese government. And it makes sense if you follow all the companies that invested in China over the last 2 decades. They are all pulling out. And this is the reason why Apple does that too. I think it's a clever move. That doesn't mean that people in China will not be able to buy Apple, but, well, it remains to be seen because there's a lot of distrust between China and the US at this moment. And especially technology companies, keep it close to home. That's the safer option at this moment in time. So it makes sense to me. But I also wanted to come back to your remark about Google not having production costs. I think you are mistaken in that. I was talking to my good friend Barry. He's a Dutch friend of mine, a business friend of mine, and private as well. And he owns a company. He owned a company and he sold it, and he's now a shareholder in the bigger company. And that's SAP, SAP. That's a software company, and he's quite a guy in that company. And we had a discussion about the cost of software, hardware earlier this week, and he told me not to be mistaken how much energy and water is needed to keep data centers alive and running. And if you own a data center, and Google owns a lot of data centers in Europe, their costs have tenfolded over the last year. Just to be open.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So, you don't have to make a product necessarily from 5 components and put it into one and then put it on a shell on the shop to have production costs. Even Google has production costs. Just keeping their operation alive, that's also production.
Do you think it's easier in something like that for Google to pass those costs on to their customers?
No, I don't think that's the case, because people are not buying something from the shelf. People are just expecting the same service, and you are stuck with more costs to deliver it.
Right, but at the same time, people have a choice to buy those stuff. So companies that rely on Google software to run their business, they can't. There's not. How many other options are there for that? You know what I mean?
Plenty.
Okay.
The world, the business world is I told you about the way I communicate. I don't even browse in Google.
But I would be willing to bet that the browser that you use, Google has control over what goes on that browser.
No, they don't, because otherwise I wasn't even allowed to use it.
Well, DuckDuckGo, let's not forget, DuckDuckGo was promoted for years as not having, and we know now that that's not the case. And I hope that there are ones out there. I don't see that.
There are, yeah. There are really good solutions for that, and you don't need to use Google at all. But that's a different story, and let's not talk about it on
No,
YouTube.
no. It's a fascinating story because it's AWS is the same way. AWS is the same thing, and we've seen that with Truth Social. We've seen that with Rumble. We've seen them not allowing them to operate on their systems. So maybe that's a good thing though, Birdie, that this is happening because it forces people to look elsewhere and kind of stops that monopoly.
Of course, that's a good thing. And it's already out there. You can easily use it for free as well.
In Web3, I think will be a big thing. And I always talk to you about those guys that I listen to, that podcast that they use, that how they do it. They do it completely off the grid. Like they're not on Spotify. They're not on anything. They're not they don't have to adhere to nothing. They use a great system, and these guys have been doing it for 15 years, but all of their revenue comes from their listeners, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, but for instance, this communication tool I use, I've been using it for 3 years now, Trema, and you didn't know about it.
No, I remember you told me about that over a year ago.
Yeah, and Daniel recently, Daniel Billionaire, this week he asked maybe it's a good idea to have a communication app, and he was planning to make one. That's what I think he was aiming for. And then I put in, well, it already exists, and that's Trema, and I use it for 3 years for sending documents, making sure that WhatsApp is not watching.
Yeah.
So the alternatives are already out there.
And maybe that's another good thing with this Twitter shakeup, things like that. Maybe it forces people to look into alternatives and whether they support Elon or don't support it, or support this person or support that one. It's still, there is, like you said, there's other stuff out there, and I think a lot of people aren't aware of it. Mullen running up in the after hours again. 56 cents on Mullen.
Now, I think the only way that Twitter has a bright future is someone like Elon, or it could easily have been someone else, cleaning up the mess, making a statement. We are a free speech platform, and as soon as what's free speech, and that's to be determined yet, because I don't think it's a good thing that on the internet you can threaten.
Not at all. Not at all.
So that it should, the laws of the country should be respected, and you cannot just post threats on other people or things like that. But for the rest of it, if you support Trump, say, hey, I support Trump. If you support Obama, hey, I'm for Obama. And that should all be allowed. Free speech should be reinstalled. And if Elon is the guy to do that on Twitter, I think he will have a great company.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the key to success, is not polarizing something. Like you said, with what Crypto asked earlier, I think that would be a horrible idea. I think that, if he came out and individualized Donald Trump in any way, even if it was miscategorized, even if it was, we're reinstating all these people, including Donald Trump, I think even that is enough to just, it's.
I shouldn't do that, but
no.
The mainstream media will put it.
Yes, so they absolutely will. And that's what's troubling. It's like, get away from this stuff. Let's start going back to us being humans first, and not whatever.
Right, and I think the mainstream media is on its last legs.
Is it as polarizing over there, Birdie, for different affiliations right now? Is there? And
it's
I'm not
even worse than you think.
Is it? And I don't speak for everybody, because obviously, there's a lot of there's a big silent majority here that isn't hateful towards, whatever side is the opposite of their beliefs. But the loudest, the most covered are the people on the fringe of both sides that literally just hate the other side, regardless of whatever. It's to the point where one side could cure cancer, the other side would find a way to tell us why cancer is good for us, and why curing it is going to be a bad thing.
and both sides are guilty of it. Both sides, both people. So hopefully, it sounds stupid that something like Twitter could evolve into a world peace situation, but something as simple as just letting people talk, letting people feel like their voice is heard, even if it's not. You have the opportunity. Nobody's forced to look at anybody on Twitter. There's nothing that when I wake up in the morning, Birdie, that I have a mandate that I have to go look at so-and-so's tweets. No, if I don't like what they have to say, I can unfollow them and I never have to see what they say again.
Yeah, forget about Twitter on a day or a week, and yeah.
Diane B said it best right there.
Yeah, sweet dreams, Diane B. It is getting rather late. It's 10 to 11, and I do need to...
Oh, look at you, up late on a work night, Birdie. That's what I'm talking about, guys. You guys better show these birdie hunters some love. This is the kind of dedication that I'm talking about, is right here. 11 o'clock at night, the guy's had a long day, and what's he do? He donates some of his time to us to point out some amazing stuff, Birdie. You are the best.
But I wanted to make clear, I made a statement, and I think it needed some explanation. And it is a gamble. If you step into a Twitter call above the fixed price of $54, that is a gamble. But maybe it's worth it. And if you've got spare cash, why not? Just go for it. If not, stay away.
I love it, and thank you so much for coming on and clarifying that. It's obviously me and you don't know how to have quick conversations, Birdie. But I wouldn't trade them for the world, buddy. Love your outlook. You're one of the few people in life that I love when you prove me wrong, and not wrong. Not that you're out to, but I love when I overlook something like energy with Google. Completely overlooked it.
But this is what we are about.
Yes, sir, and that's why we can. Yeah. That's why we can conquer the world. We're just getting started here, guys. You know that.
By the way, I was in Utrecht today, and I'm going to play quite a role in this new adventure, the company we bought. So for the next coming weeks, I'm going to. Basically, there's nothing in the Netherlands where 900 people are already working through other companies, and we want them to be part of our own company. And there needs to be a complete plan written, and processes need to be written, and I'm basically going to do that in 4 languages. And
good Lord.
Yeah, it is really cool. But I set myself a 4 weeks period, and 1st of December, the new people that come from Spain should be comfortable working with us with the processes that we are going to install, and all the manuals that we write, and people picking them up from the flight and accompanying them to their homes, and making sure they are insured and things like that. And we need to set that up quickly. And in order to do that, we need to prepare the people from where they come from. So basically, 2 weeks here, preparation in the Netherlands, and yes, they are booking flights to Madrid and Athens for over 2 weeks already.
Now, do you have to go there and be with them for 2 weeks?
No, I hope not. Hopefully, just for a couple of days in Madrid, which is not a punishment at all. And Athens too. I really like Athens because of the history. Acropolis is there. I've already been on it, but I would love to do that again. But yes, I am going to be traveling. And
awesome.
That's interesting. Yeah, I like that.
Well, like I said, this was the conversation I had with you last week was one of the first times that I seen any kind of stress from this job. But you know what, Birdie, you are going to you got this. You got this, because you know what, a little bit of pressure is a good thing sometimes. You weren't overwhelmed. You were just,
I need that.
Yes,
yeah.
And we seen what you did when you first got in there. When you first got in there, you set the tone that
remember they wanted to kind of, we can maybe start next week. No, let's get it started this week. And you were in there, and I think you laid the groundwork for what you're gonna do. And you got a plan together, and it seems from an outside point of view that you're looking at a lot of details that an expansion like this a lot of people would overlook. So it seems like you got a good control on it. You got a good plan. You got yourself 4 to 6 weeks. That's plenty for you, Birdie. You got this.
Yeah, and that's just the base, and from that we grow. And what's also interesting? We are already thinking about getting people from Venezuela as well.
Nice.
Yeah, so we are going outside of Europe as well.
Well, so, and that's not just going to be a great experience business-wise. That's going to be a great life experience for you. And selfishly, Birdie, you're going to gain even more international knowledge than you already got. And don't worry, MIA will be waiting here to absorb some of it.
Yeah, maybe you can help me out one day.
Hey, listen, Birdie, I would give you I would run butt naked to the Netherlands if I could and give you the shirt off my back if you needed it. So if I could ever help you in any way, buddy, you don't even have to ask.
Yeah, it's really cool. I just posted a couple of hours. I posted in the chat. Is there anyone in the family that can build an app, an informational app? So yeah, that's how you do. If you know someone, just give that assignment to someone preferably.
Let me reach out, Birdie. I will. Trust me. I'll pull any strings I can.
From Ace Lee in the Discord. And he tied me up with one of his business friends in the United States.
Wow, unbelievable. Diane, you will pay for it and you will like it. Just kidding. That is awesome. That just shows. And that's one of those moments, Birdie, that makes everything that we do here worthwhile. I got an hour of sleep last night, and you know what? I would gladly do it again just for moments like that, to see people helping each other out, and it's just such a beautiful thing.
Yeah. No, that's I wouldn't miss this family, this group of friends for the world. So
you're stuck really with me now, Birdie. Anytime I'm friends with someone over a year, you're stuck with me now. So get used to it.
Really cool. But hey, I was just coming in to explain what my thoughts were, and now we are talking for another hour. Sorry about that. You know how it goes.
Don't you say sorry.
You were wrapping up yourself.
Don't you say sorry. I wouldn't trade the world for these conversations, buddy. They're worth more than anything. And time is the best. And you know what? Time spent with friends talking about stuff that's helping us grow is never wasted time.
Brilliant. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye to you and the friends in the chat. I hope to speak to you soon. I will be out tomorrow again, so maybe later on. So, yeah, for now, off to bed. I need some rest.
All right, my friend. Thank you again, Birdie. You have a great night. Give the family all our love, and good luck tomorrow. And keep us posted. Hopefully, maybe a green day tomorrow. Who knows?
Who knows? See you tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Have a great night. Trader fam, you guys know what to do. That was Birdie Hunter getting us some overtime today. Absolutely love it. That is the best thing about this place. You never know who's going to pop in. And, a man of many words. I love when I love the love and respect that he has for each of us to, take some time out of his day late at night over there to jump on, just to clarify what he said. And that's big. That may not sound like a big deal to some people, but that's just so you guys know. That's how much respect and love he has for each and every one of you, that he would never want anything even simple to be misunderstood. And that's really what being a great friend is all about. And Birdie exemplifies that in every way, both in, I guess you can say, kind of a business relationship, but far more in a personal relationship. That guy is a friend first.
co-worker, I guess you can call him in some senses, on a secondary level, but he'll always be a friend before anything. And same goes for each and every one of you guys. It has been an absolute pleasure. It is 5 o'clock. I am going to possibly get some dinner now, do some more work, and then we'll be in the Discord for poker 8 o'clock. Anyone that would like to join, you guys are all more than welcome. And even if you don't play poker, if you want to just come in and shoot the breeze with us, we will be in there. But for now, I'm going to take off, guys. Much, much love. Be sure to be here in the morning. You never know who's going to show up. I heard we had Jack Skeleton here tomorrow. Maybe we'll have somebody different. Or today, excuse me. My days are off. Maybe we'll have something a little different tomorrow. So everybody have a fantastic night. Thank you guys again. We are 13 days into this adventure now. 13 streams. This was the lucky number 13th. And cannot thank you guys enough for all your support. You guys are absolutely amazing. You guys really, really keep me going. Outside of my son, you guys are the best thing I have in life. And I will continue to try to outperform. I know this is a slow process, guys. I know we're still just getting off the ground, but you have my word that I will bust my ass every day to make this bigger, better, and give you guys what you need, and even more so, give you guys what you deserve. You continue to dedicate time to us, and we'll continue to do our best to bring you guys quality stuff each and every day. And again, we're just getting started, but for tonight, we're just getting finished. So everybody have a fantastic night. Maybe I'll see you in the poker. If not, I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Remember to get your animals spayed and neutered. All right.